Hello, everybody. Happy May Day to everyone. Does that mean spring's finally properly here?
All right, welcome back, everybody. Let me get a chat up. Sorry we're late. Had a conversation with another individual.
How's your day been, Lamont?
Oh, it's been one of the better days. And to be honest, Scotty, any day we wake up,
Oh, you're blessed. Huh?
it's a good day.
Yeah. I worked with a guy from Texas when I was offshore. Kent Olm was his name. Absolute cracking guy.
Mm-hmm.
But he was he retired while I was out there. He'd been at it for years. Very, very knowledgeable. But in his latter years, he's sort of I don't give a shit kind of vibe came into him because he was just ready to retire.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what he used to say in the morning. If I'd say, "Morning, Kent, how you doing?" "Well, I'm awake, I'm alive." He says, "Getting to the point now that my alarm clock goes clear."
Oh, that's genius.
It's like he's got a defib on him in the morning.
Clear, wake up. Fuck. What's funny about that is I don't believe in coincidences. And I was looking at it was on YouTube last night. Before I go to bed, I like to deep dive in some weird things in YouTube. And one person on this channel suggested that we are no longer in our bodies when we sleep.
Oh, wow, that's a way to look at it, isn't it?
Okay, so a few nights ago, Marilyn was knocked out. She was asleep. I had this issue with constantly waking up at 3 a.m. Some
Same
people,
time every night?
every night, almost every night. And
Wow.
For some reason, I don't know why I did this, but I touched her hand. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it just felt dead to me. Now, take in mind, I spent 15 years as a medic and answered many 911 calls and touched many dead bodies. So if there's a professional in here, it's definitely me. And when I touched her hand, it just felt dead. Enough to where I had to look at her to see if she was breathing. Right? Now, I know that's trippy, Scotty. So I go, okay, maybe it's just me being up at 3 a.m. I'm not processing this right mentally, so I'm just going to equate it to it's just one of those things, right?
Yeah.
A couple of nights later, I do the same thing. For now, I'm in an experience or experiment mode, okay? And I touch her hand again, and she's knocked out, completely unaware that I'm doing this. And her hand just feels dead. Not that it's cold to touch, cool, but not warm. And again, I look at her again and I go, oh man, she's definitely alive. Couple of days roll by, Scotty, I shit you not, and I don't believe in coincidences because you just brought up something that was synchronicity about what your friend said. Claire, waking up. This video comes on, and it suggested that we are not home when we're asleep, that the body lays dormant, and it's the only time for the soul or the spirit to roam free. And I talked to her about this. She thought it was fucking crazy. But the video I watched made complete sense to me. Now, it's not going to be for everybody. Most people would discount this, and a lot of people don't even take it serious enough to entertain. They much rather make a joke out of it.
Yeah.
But there's some things that I wholeheartedly believe that's going on that we can't understand. And I don't fall in the rabbit hole into disbelief. I try to fall in the rabbit hole and take what I can while I'm in there that will literally make sense to me. And what he was going on about, man, it was just dropping all kind of bombshells as to what's going on with the conscious and the subconscious and how it's not tied to the body. Yeah. And how it can expand itself from the body. And you can proverbially perceive, you can perceive things around you, but it's not just the house you're confined in. It's miles away from you. And when it's time to come back, when the body is rested, he suggested that the consciousness never sleeps. It's just always in a state of stasis and experiencing and learning. And that the only time the soul can leave the avatar and venture off to other planes or existence or models is when the body shuts down.
Yeah.
And it just made sense. And when Marilyn woke up, it must have been like around 5 o'clock. I don't think she knew what I was doing, but I touched her hand just as to show compassion type thing. But what I was really doing, Scotty, was gathering some data. And her hand felt different, Scotty. It felt alive. It felt more vibrant. It felt soft. It felt like someone's home, the blue one. And I was just like, wow, what exactly is going on here? Like, what happens to us when we dream? And how come we can't remember 90% of these occurrences? And, you know, it just leaves me with a question. Do we really leave the body when we go to sleep? And is there any way we can figure it out for ourselves? You know, is there any way we can do that demonstration ourselves when it's nothing that's tangible that leaves?
Well, there's a good one from Chrome. When we're asleep, we are solving problems in an alternate dimension. When we are awake, we are the workers in their dreams.
That's crazy in itself, right?
That's a head fuck.
Fuck, Chrome. See, and when Monkey Brains is saying something, you might want to listen.
Hey, Becky.
There's been times where I've come back where my whole body is like numb. Like I've just came back into body, and it's like slowly takes you a while to realize where you are. So that's got to play some part into it.
Jack just said it's tied to food. No food, no energy, no nothing. I mean, I know for a fact the human body is burning 2,500 BTUs. Do you know what that equates to? It equates to a
Water heater?
household water heater. That's a lot of fucking energy.
Hey, to Chrome's point, you got to kind of imagine: is it two separate lives? Because when we're sleeping, we're in these places in our minds, if we're in our minds, and we're acting out these things that sometimes we can control and sometimes we can't. And then we have these waking, what we perceive reality lives. So who's to say we're not living multiple lives during one lifetime? Because there are all these different scenarios.
Chrome says we're a lot of water. That's true. If you die and we have to put the shock paddles to you to get your heart going again, that's 6,000 joules that goes through your body. If you're dehydrated, it's a fat chance we can get you back from the dead. Trip out on that shit.
Oof, Davey the Hug Monster, we are just ugly bags of water. That's very true.
That's true.
You know, it's like 72% water in the human body, and there's 72% of water on the planet.
Well, even the air
crazy.
the air itself is water.
Yeah.
You know?
And how much of wildlife, as in trees, plants, flowers,
Require it.
is all water, really,
Yeah.
when you
Yeah.
think about it. There's not much to anything without fluid, like water inside. Once the water disappears out of things, it's basically just literally skin and bone. There's nothing left.
Nothing.
And if it's a plant, it's just dead. It just dries up into
Right.
nothing, really.
Because even succulents, desert plants,
Yeah.
they retain water.
Yeah. Which kind of amazes me how like cacti and things like that can survive because they're in such rugged, dry terrain.
Right.
And it must be the slightest little bit of moisture in the air that they just pull in and retain that to survive.
Mm-hmm.
They
That
live on such little amounts of
Right.
water. It's crazy.
Yeah.
that and the water and blood and the things they kill. They have to be pulling water.
Plants?
No, I'm talking about cats and shit.
Oh, we were talking about cacti and stuff.
Oh,
like that.
cacti. I thought he
Yeah.
said cats. Oh,
Cacti.
okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking about big cats in the African desert.
Oh, yeah. They'll live if they got to drink and eat. But
But the water
In
supplies
Arizona-
aren't great for a lot of cats. I just saw Nat Geo based on that.
yeah. But
Yeah, they're always going to these like sort of soak pools that hippos will be in, or when we were over there, you could see them. The lions were even at risk because the alligators or crocodiles or whatever would be in there, and they were the lion then become the prey, and there ends up being big fights between lion and crocodiles because they have to stick their heads so close to the water to get a drink or they would die.
Right.
So they do need fluid. I would imagine they must get some fluid from the blood, I would think, from another animal.
Yes, they do. That's what the documentary was based on. A lot of their water comes from the actual kill too.
damn, we talk about water, right? To your point earlier, Scotty, in Arizona, it reaches anywhere up between 130 to 115 degrees in the summer in Arizona. Those are the norms, right?
And it'll be constant. Yeah.
And these desert cacti, like you said, they survive. But if you cut one open, they're literally juicy, and they rarely see water.
Yeah.
Rarely. Maybe there's
wonder-
a flash flood.
You know, obviously it gets cooler at night time. And I would imagine it must be the same in Arizona. It must still cool down when the sun disappears. So then that's when you get all the dew and the moisture on plants. You know, like I'm assuming it's the same in the States, but our grass in the morning here, even if it's scorching hot weather, is always soaking wet in the morning because of the dew.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it's the same in the desert. So at night time, they pull all that dew in to keep themselves fed with water. And then it must be something to do with that because there can't be that much water under the ground for them to be pulling through roots.
Right.
So The age-old question: does a fish drink water,
Yeah.
No.
or does his body just
Absorbs.
what it can from the
Yeah,
ocean?
I would think so.
Yeah. Yeah. In that environment, it would be no need to drink it. I mean, if here, let's just say if we're in a humid condition, we can only absorb so much before we start sweating, right? It's not like humans can't go to a very humid climate and absorb the water that's in the atmosphere.
I mean, you can hold your tongue out. You can get it that way,
Well, no, I'm sure we can absorb it
some sort of way.
some
yeah.
sort of way, but we can only absorb so
So
much
much.
before we start rejecting it.
Oh yeah, you'll expel it through like ducts and urine and
Sweating, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it gets so dangerous when it's like 100% humidity, because your body then can't sweat.
Davey says Germany's had a drought since February, not enough rain.
We never have that problem here.
no, you don't, Scotty. That's fascinating. I didn't know Germany was in a drought.
It quite often happens that they'll have like what they call hose pipe bans down in England as well. If it's a particularly hot summer, people down in England are told do not use your it's like illegal to use your hoses, because they've got such a low water supply. They are not allowed to use their hoses in the garden, like to water plants, or you're basically not allowed to waste water. So they will have a hose pipe ban because of that down south. We tend to, up here, because we've got so much rain, we've got endless reserves of water up here. We're quite lucky.
Is that a common thing for Europe though?
For Europe, I would think Germany would be very similar types of weather to England. Norway would be probably more like us, albeit that they're moving a bit further west than what we are. Northern Ireland's certainly very much like us.
Dalsiphy said poor dogs have to pant because they can't sweat. I didn't
Yeah.
realize
Yeah.
that.
And pigs can't sweat. That's why they constantly try to find mud
Yeah.
to cool off.
Yeah, dogs cool themselves through their mouth.
Yeah,
I did not
cows
realize
too.
that.
Cows too. You know the Angus cow that we crossbred here in the States. We crossbred them for rougher climates, like for the West Coast, because they can tolerate the heat better. But cows like Herefords and all that other stuff are most commonly out here in the Midwest, because they too can't like sweat.
Right.
Yeah.
Somebody in chat, please mark the water topic. I want to come back to the water topic, but I don't want to jump away. My brother had a question for today. And what was the question?
Yeah, the question is, and it's how you perceive it. Has anybody ever had a dream come true? Like they dreamt of something, and it maybe not 100%, but like majority of it that you dreamed about actually came true. I'm just curious.
The only one that I can really think of is when Caitlin hadn't been born yet, my daughter hadn't been born yet, and they were all convinced it was going to be a boy, because we're quite a strong boy family. But I kept having dreams that it was going to be a girl, and all the way through the pregnancy, I said, nah, I'm positive this is going to be a girl, and it was. But whether that was because I kept having these reoccurring dreams that it was a girl that we had, but whether that's just something that, because your mind's so focused when someone's pregnant
Scotty,
like
I
that,
like
you know?
how you just what's the word? You just
Disassociate.
I don't know if it's disassociate, but you found a way to dismiss your own premonition or something that was fantastical that happened.
I'm not so much dismissing it, but it's more sort of trying to look at it from 2 points of view.
Yeah, but I mean, you were so adamant, and let's just call it more than a gut feeling. You knew, like you even said it. You were sure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you go back on that statement in any shape, form, or fashion, you've dismissed it because now you're going to enter something else. Sometimes the solution is always this, the thing that sits right in front of you. You know, we always tend to walk around the exact answer because the simple thing of we can't believe it. That wasn't taught to us in school. If it wasn't taught to us in school and the majority thinks it's false, everyone gets on the train and says it's false.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
you were so sure, Scotty, and it happened. Get the fuck out of here.
And how much of that is just a human entanglement with your seed? Like how much of that is just something we can't see, like conscious base? But
It could well be, and because we don't have sort of direct facts, if you like, then we do sort of say, well, it could have been this, it could have been that, because you don't actually have solid evidence of where that thought process come from.
Right.
But were you
So maybe
surprised?
that's why I did dismiss it, because it's like, well, can it be this? Can it be that?
Yeah. See,
but were you ultimately surprised? Like, were you like shocked?
No.
Exactly. And that's the part of the factual shit that no one can ever give you, right? There's no external person with all their science and data, and they can never validate that for you because that was a personal thing.
Okay. I don't want to lose these comments. Recon says, really, the question is, who has experienced prophecy? Who has dreamed something before it happened? I guess that would be considered a prophecy. Thank you for marking the water topic, Chrome, because I really want to get back to that. Jack says, so after the first day of swimming lessons, dreamed of swimming while sleeping that night. The next day, I swam like I've been swimming for years.
Oh
Jesus,
my God.
Yeah.
I mean, so what is that? Higher self just downloading information saying, oh, you've done this before.
You know, that reminds me of like the Matrix movie where Keanu Reeves wanted to learn karate. They just jack him in, they download the software, and instantly he's like, I know Kung Fu.
Yeah.
I mean, in essence, what he just did, what his body just did, it took what he just learned and multiplied it some sort of way and applied it to his muscle memory, and says, oh, we could do this.
Yeah.
We know how to do this now. You don't have to worry about that.
How cool would that be if you could actually do that, though?
Isn't it?
Right? But that
Just get something downloaded into you.
But that would suggest Jack actually did that
Before. But
I mean,
he did.
He
once.
actually pulled the Matrix move, and Dalsiphy says Occam's razor. A problem-solving principle that suggests that the simplest explanation is usually the best.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you for that, Jack.
But what about these like fantastical tales where you hear where someone had severe brain trauma and they wake up speaking a totally different language they never even practice? Like they'll come through speaking pure fucking German.
Synchronicity in that. Dalsiphy says some people have superior mirror neurons learning from watching someone else do something.
Right. So these people that wake up from their comas, they wake up not only with their native language, but they wake up speaking a whole total different language fluently and can understand it.
Well, the proof in the pudding that the brain is capable of things like that is autistic people.
Right.
Because they can watch someone play a piano and never have played the music in their life, don't have any sheet music, and can play it note for note. Not all of them, but there's certain ones that can, whether it be playing a piano or a guitar or whatever it may well be. Autism is kind of proved, certainly to me, and I think a lot of the world, that the brain is capable of different things. It's just they seem to use it for things that we just can't, or
Right.
we can, but we just don't. We don't have the concept to be able to do it. It's weird.
You think we're actually blocking our own receptors from doing what they should naturally do because of the way we've been taught?
Yeah, I think upbringing, school, legislation, because we're all told how to think from the minute we're born, the day we die. Really,
Right.
you're not allowed to do this. You can do this, and if you think out of the box, you're a little bit of a freak.
Right.
Right.
You know. So people don't want to, even if they do think they see things out of the box. There's a lot of people who just would keep that to themselves,
laugh
Right.
at them, right?
Yeah, or laugh at
yeah,
them.
because they don't want to be mocked for it. And it's like this story that you guys were saying, the telepathy tapes, when you were saying that it was autistic kids or adults or whatever it was that basically felt like they were actually leaving their bodies and going to a different place and all meeting up together.
At the hill.
That fascinates me.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
why would they wouldn't make that up, because autistic people are just so straight to the point and so straight-laced.
And they know they don't have the same perceptions as we do.
No.
And that's just the way they're born, right?
Yeah,
They don't have
to lie.
they don't
want
have to lie or make up shit to protect their ego.
No.
They are actually mentally free in that regard. And so I heard another story yesterday from the telepathy tapes. And
That's what Scotty's talking about. For all of you who don't know, please go watch the telepathy tapes.
so I heard another
Scotty, can you send Asif or Dave the link to the show, please?
Yeah, 2 seconds.
So I watched another episode of Telepathy Tapes yesterday, and it's pertaining to another autistic child. Well, he's not a child. He's actually 6'8", and I think he was in his older teens. But he was a part of the autistic community of these rest of these children that say outside of their bodies they could meet at this place called the Hill. And the Hill is somewhere you could be in a different zip code, you can be in a different state, country. These autistic children
Who are nonverbal.
who are nonverbal, these autistic children would meet there, and they could meet there. So this gentleman, I think his name was, I'm going to butcher it, but I think I'm going to just say Bobby for short. They came back from a swimming day out with his family because he loved to swim. He and his mom really loved to swim. And they had a friend, and he had a girlfriend, and one of his dreams was to marry his girlfriend and have a family. So they make it back home. And the funny thing is, the mom, the friend, and I think the father, all of them, they all came about this this fatigue that hit everybody at the same time. And no one could keep their eyes open, and everyone told everybody, like, I'm so tired. I'm just gonna go take a nap. I'm just gonna go take a nap. And they all did that. Well, her son Bobby came up to her, and while she's laying down, he just smiled, and I think kind of like, I don't know if he mentally told her, but he was just like, it's gonna be okay, and that's all she remembered. So she fell asleep, and everyone else in the house fell asleep.
Mm-hmm.
So when she wakes up, she gets out of the bed and she goes to look for her son, and where their bedroom is a second story. And she looks outside in their pool, because they have a pool. Well, she sees Bobby face down in the pool floating. So she's yelling at the top of her lungs, and everybody's waking up. Her and her husband run downstairs, and they jump in the pool to try and retrieve Bobby, but he's so big and he's so heavy that they had a hard time getting him out of the pool. So they eventually did. And they were doing CPR. They had called medical personnel. They did CPR, and he actually gasped and choked a little bit. Then he shook violently, and then he passed away. And the mom just sat and watched that. So medical personnel shows up. They attempt to resuscitate. They were unable to do so. They give her allotted 15 minutes to grieve with her son on the on the lawn, and she did so. So they take her son. They take him away for the process, and now she's left dealing with grieving for her son. She gets a phone call from another mother because she had to tell everyone what happened to Bobby. She gets a phone call from another mother who has an autistic child, and that child told that mother, Bobby's not with us anymore. He's at the hill, and he says that he's okay. Can you tell my mom that I'm okay, and I can speak again now. I can talk now. And the mother is not blown away because they know what the children can do. This study has been going on for a long time for them. So she immediately calls her friend and tells her, "Hey, Bobby's your son Bobby is on the hill because my son just spoke to him." So of course, mom loses it and just like asks for what was all said, and she told them that Bobby says that he's at the hill with everyone else. He can talk now. He's okay. He's in a better place, and that he's actually built a cabin on the shore next to the water where he now looks after kids, and where he now is able to give them high fives because he was always known for giving high fives to children because of his exceptionally tall height. And that gave the mom a lot to digest, but it also validated that she and Bobby had these conversations that no one else would have, that she would only know. And by the things that were discussed, she came forward and said, "Oh my God, that Bobby is alive and well." And wherever he is, he's in a place now where he has a cabin home on the seashore, which is what he always wanted. So, and then fast forward, other kids started coming forward with their parents. And then they would all get in contact and say, before Bobby had died, Bobby would go to the hill with the other kids, this other place, and tell the other kids that he doesn't have long, that that God's going to be bringing him back, and he's got other things that he has to do. And it was like he had to do classroom work. He had to do other stuff. Like it's this whole other mirrored world parallel to ours, where we don't, like they try to explain it, where we don't have those issues, where everything is open. Nothing is a secret from anybody. And so when they go to the hill, they all just sit there. And here's the other thing. When these children leave their bodies and they all go to the hill, they're all 100% normal. They don't have the defects, right? They can all, in the real world, they can't talk, right? So they're on the hill, they can speak, they can have full conversation, they can utilize their bodies like any other normal person. And with that, they can speak to us. So Bobby spoke to his girlfriend, right? He entered the mind of her and just gave her these words. And it's not a thing for this community to be convinced of. They've done the research, doctors have come out, and it's still unexplained. So if you want to believe it or if you don't want to believe it, that's totally up to you. And I'm not pushing anybody to believe it. I personally believe it. But when I hear things like this, that we're able to go to a place, build a life, continue learning, and also be in the minds of others and relay a message, me, myself, I have to pay attention to that. I have to pay attention that reality and life is not what I was taught, or it's not what I perceived it to be. And I'm more apt to believe it because I had my own personal near-death experience. So for me, it's right up my wheelhouse. And you don't have to be religious to understand it, because I'm still not religious. So I think everyone's going to have to come to a point in their life that they're going to have to entertain things that make them uncomfortable. the telepathy tapes in this regard, it makes a lot of people uncomfortable
Yeah.
because they don't know how to perceive it or how to take it in.
Yeah. Chrome or Scotty, can you put the link to the telepathy tapes up again?
Yeah, I did put it up a second ago.
Oh, okay. Never mind. If you put it up, can one of you pin it to the
I
top?
can't pin it. I don't know how to pin. I
And-
think it's
and-
Marlon that can only pin, isn't it?
Okay, she's listening. She can get in and
I'll pin that particular episode in
Yeah.
Discord when I get a chance.
Mhm.
But that's where I'm at with it, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said earlier, when I touched Marilyn's hands and I felt like her hand was dead, that running these small experiments for yourself without someone telling you how to think and how to go about these experiments, I'm totally convinced she was not home and she was off visiting
The hill.
something.
Something.
Yeah, when she woke up the following morning, her hand felt completely alive, and I felt many dead hands before in my career. I know what dead people feel like, and when she came back, it's just the hardest fucking thing to explain.
Yeah.
And I do believe if you had a dream that came true, where did you go to receive that answer? And Recon would say, if you had a prophet, if you were able to have a prophecy, not be a prophet, I guess you would be a prophet if you spoke of this in public and things were happening and people would bear witness, right? But if you've experienced this, how easy was it for you to say, nah, because you're so involved with what other people would say, or maybe you idolize somebody who's smarter than you and you would say, or they would say, it's bullshit. So that forces you to say, it's bullshit. Therefore, stealing something from you that you can do yourself. I hope I can find this message. Somebody put in something that was pretty crazy.
Hey, Doom. Thomas.
I don't know if there is. I don't know if there could be when we dream. If we're able to. So I know when I lucid dream, when I know I'm dreaming, and I've had quite a few of those. It seems like every time that I know I'm dreaming, my body responds, and it almost instantly wants to boot me out of the dream. I'll
Once you become
once-
aware that you're dreaming.
or sometimes my body is so tired, it won't, and I'll have a few moments to take it all in, right? I'll have a few moments to look at the colors and to question things and compare how real things look. And for the most part, sometimes I'm convinced that in my dream it's just as equal or if not better than reality. Has anybody ever had that?
Yeah, I think I've never had exactly that, but I think dreams are stronger than what we give them credit for. I think they have far more meaning than what humanity gives them credit for. I remember when I used to, my grandparents, my mum's mum and dad, used to have this house. They moved out of it latterly. But when I was younger, now I must have only been maybe 5 years old at the most, maybe 4, anywhere between 4 and 6, I think. But any time I stayed at their house, the room that me and my brother were in, like my gran and granddad's spare room, if you like, had one big window, one small window, and the small window was quite tall and narrow. And I would wake up, every time I stayed at their house, I would wake up in a dream, get out of this bed that we were sleeping in, go to this narrow window, look out the window, and there was a little boy standing beside a very big white dog that was just sat, both of them looking up at this window. And every time I stayed at my grandparents' house, I would wake up freaked out by this dream that I'd had. And when I look back on it now, because everyone just would say to me, "Oh, you're just dreaming again. You're just dreaming again." And when I quizzed my mum and dad about it, they says it's because when you go there, Scott, you're worried that you're going to have this dream again, so you have this dream again. But when I look back on that now, I think to myself, was there something? Was there something happened at that house? Am I seeing something? You know, it's like, does it have more meaning than, oh, you had one bad dream and you're worried about this bad dream, so you just keep having it all the time?
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder. I definitely think that dreams have more meaning than what we give them credit for. For sure.
Now that you say that, I'm piss poor at well, I'm not piss poor at it. We've been doing these podcasts for a very long time, consecutively. I often wonder if I keep a journal, if I wake up every morning and keep a journal of what I've dreamt, would it like put a picture to the puzzle? And that's barring if I can figure out what exactly these dreams mean, right? Because some of them are just so out of there, and they constantly phase into another thought, another image, another thought, and they're never really consistent. There's always sort of this in and out of dreams. I'm thinking, what if we did a journal and kept tabs of some of the highlights of what you can remember in your dream, and you go back, let's say 3 months, and read it and see what you have and tally up and see what comparisons can you make. What have you noticed in your waking life versus your sleeping life? And maybe there's some sort of connection we can like put together where you can prophesize some of your own life's endeavors, whether it be past, present, or future.
Yeah, Tone Smith says, in the real world, you see, hear, smell, etc. I think in dreams, it's all the feeling of those things without them. Makes it different somehow.
I don't know. I've smelled pie in my dream. I remember I had a dream that I smelled pie, and I was like, "Is that apple pie? It smells good." Now, see, but that was me, and that's crazy. And I didn't wake up and there was pie in the house.
He says it is, but it's like a different feel,
Right.
a different perception. I don't know how to explain it.
Because I can feel touch. And if you ever had a lucid dream and you ever said, "I want to touch this and see what that feels like," I've done that. And these things may have not been 100%, but it was close enough for me to go, "Oh, it feels like a box, but different." If anyone's ever had a lucid dream, they would know what I'm talking about, where you actually took time and told yourself, "Oh, look at the sky before you wake up," and compare it. And practically all my lucid dreams, everything was always brighter and more vivid.
Right. Jack said, lucid dreams happen.
Oh, for sure they do.
Often after new video games.
Ooh. I'll have to test that theory.
Yeah, but I know lucid dreams are, they could be scary sometimes. What do you think, Asif? Have you ever had a dream that came true? You doubted yourself, or you were just amazed, like, wow, that really happened. And it happened the way I dreamt it to be.
Well, I would say, I was trying to process all this. I've definitely felt things in my dream. There's no doubt about it. There's different layers of clarity in dreams. I've had recurring places that seem to have some sort of, it's either symbolism or whatever it is, that I go back to the point sometimes that I'm not really sure if it was real or if it was a dream.
Mm.
But the dream feels more clear than the reality. I think dreams, I agree with Scott. I think they're, probably agreeing with everybody. Um, they're really amazing. They seem to sometimes sort of guide us to something, how we're feeling, places. They certainly show us what's bothering us. There's no doubt about that. Now, whether that's your mind doing it for you
Hmm.
really doesn't matter, does it? Because your mind is probably, I think Lamar, you said it earlier, I think it was you, that maybe we just forgot how to use certain parts of our brain,
Yeah, yeah.
which I totally believe, right?
I
Hmm.
So
100%.
is the autistic child, as an example, that's just kind of their natural, they didn't lose it, right? Because they're autistic. So that gene passed, but so they had the neurons all set up, right? It was all set up for that. It's like, yeah, this is all gonna this was designed so you could do this, but that doesn't mean that's the only thing you could have done, right? It's like, well, these are there, but they're just not patched, right? I think we will learn how to patch things
Mm.
in our brain, that just we can't unlock. Now, does it get into Bickie's like the mushroom and all that discussion,
Hmm.
right? I totally believe that. I don't. I will be honest. I'm a pretty practical person. I'm pretty much in in the present moment, so I'm not really drifting a lot with these thoughts. Um, a lot, but when I do think about it, I rarely shut it down as impossible because actually that seems illogical to say it's impossible because really if we try to think about what we're experiencing on a lot of different levels are just for those of us that can see, hear, touch, whatever, feel simultaneously. It's bizarre. It's bizarre right now that I can see this screen with you all here and communicate,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah,
When
yeah.
you're not here,
Right. We're just rendered.
Yeah.
we're just rendered, but somehow our brain understands all of this,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
right?
Oh
Believes
shit,
it.
my screen's locked.
Yeah. Uh, but
Twat.
yeah, so I it would be easy to say, well, what's the value in trying to understand it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Hmm.
at the same, what's you know,
But
because
how
it's
could
because
you?
you're interested.
Yeah, and how could you disregard it? It
Yeah, I
seems to
don't.
me. It seems to me the sleeping state it goes hand in hand with the waking state. Like, do you ever find when you fall asleep, it's the most peace you get before you wake up and the stress button comes right back on?
Right.
Yeah, no, I think about that a lot. That's why I like sleep so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
that's
like.
concern. Well, that's before you
Right.
start that, David, because my brother and I would agree. That's I find that concerning when you need such a break, a mental break, where life has had it. You feel like life has had it in for you that much. You much rather stay asleep
Mhm.
than to struggle with that mental, whatever it is, struggle that you're going through, and face that.
Yeah,
I'm not saying we don't want to face it, right? We all have to face our
Mm-hmm.
struggles. But it does say a lot where we look forward to sleep so we can just get a moment's rest. No
right.
pun.
Right.
No, it is, and not to take it off, but I think the idea of drugs, of alcohol, of some of these things are just substitutes for that feeling, right?
Mm.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
people don't use the sleep as that mechanism, right? Um, and does it come down to? I mean, one thing I've thought about is I was brought up those color charts of the brain, you know, or the people, and that was the moment I realized on some level how I started to really conceptualize that our brains might be working differently individually. I know we all it sounds like, well, duh, Dave, but I mean, like, really differently.
Mm-hmm.
How it's processing, how two people can come up with very different perspectives,
Mm-hmm.
right? How one thing can make somebody anxious, but the other person is at peace. Um, so, which led me to wonder, you know, I don't think we know a nuance about the brain. I just don't. Um, I would argue, and this is not at all to get in down a rabbit hole, when we talk about these conditions, autism or whatever, there's so many OCD, and there's sen- uh, sound sensory. Like I have loud
Yeah.
noises. Loud noises are like really make me jump.
Mm-hmm.
Not trauma, just sensory.
Mm-hmm.
I get my I get sensory overload very easily. Um, I so we don't. We're kind of in a conundrum because we kind of want to, as a society, we kind of want to keep things pretty simple, right? A couple different color types of people, two genders, and whatever. Keep it
Oh, the
simple.
way it used to be.
Simple.
Oh
The
yeah.
way it still is, Scotty. Don't fool
I'm
yourself.
not. I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
We're not going there, but we understand, Dave. Yes.
Yeah. But from a shades of gray perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
The more you allow yourself to start seeing gradients, right? The more that start really appearing,
Hmm.
and which I would tie to music. Musician is not necessarily capable of hearing more gradients. They've trained themselves, right? They have spent a lot of time opening up that part of their brain, right? To where, so this extends to everything, right? We're just so complex. We really are. We're super complex, and I think it's overwhelming to most people, to the point they shut down by teenage. You know, I think there's people that get stuck in adolescence
Hmm.
because they cannot handle what they have conjured. Right? It comes at them. So I had a friend like this, very brilliant, but I think he got to adolescence. It's just too much. The drugs started immediately. Right? Just couldn't cope. Couldn't do it. It was too much. He was seeing all this different stuff happening. So that's pretty tangential. I love being that way. So yeah, I don't discount anything. I just have to
Process it.
I have to process it, and first thing I try to remove the filters. All right, don't be honest with yourself. Where are you with this?
Right.
Right? And then does it seem as absurd as someone might say it is? And you
Mhm.
kind of go, I don't know, man. There's a lot
Uncle-
of crazy stuff out there. And in the fact, again, getting to the drugs, and I never did acid or any of that, but I
Mhm.
was around enough people that did it. And they were telling me some wild stuff, right?
Hmm.
Mhm.
Some stuff I don't think like that or process. But it happened. So what happened? Did they unlock something, right? They had to have.
Yep.
Just for people to put a percentage of how much brain we use already suggests that there's 100% of capacity to it. And if they're suggesting most human beings use what, 2 to 3% of brain power, suggests that there's more potential of the CPU to be opened. Uncle Chrome says we like things binary. And then I am the one son says because it's all binary. We are all so complex, it's simple, which is a huge thing that I wanted to get out there. I mean, we're on dreams, and if they come true, but when you want to share that with someone, why is it so easy to disbelieve with no proof? Is that a too complex question? And I just want you guys to really think about that. Why is it easy for people to sway you off with no proof and you're okay with it.
And while you think about that, Tone Smith had I don't know if this is a book or a movie, but he says, has anyone seen the Expanse book series? There's a great description of perception in the later books where a cosmic event is changing reality for characters. That kind of hit home with me because I also think that is the universe gearing us up for like a cosmic change or a cosmic shift?
Yeah.
Could there be something that the universe can do to the consciousness of life that not forces but evolves us with some sort of...
It takes us away from math and science and puts us straight into a spirituality.
Yeah, a consciousness based of acceptance that there's more to everything than you just
math
know.
and science.
Right.
Like, yeah, this is taught in your society or your paradigm, but we're going to get on something that's non-corporeal.
That's Kent and Doom in the green room.
Okay.
And I'm a poet and I didn't know it.
I'm a poet, and I didn't know it. So there's a thing, too, like there's greater things at work other than Earth understanding, right? The universe is broad, big, vast, and for all we know, it's infinite. And there could be parallel universes that could go along with that. Could we be in a special time phase throughout our universe where we're due for a cosmic shift? Does anyone have any beliefs in that sort of avenue?
And I think it's just as easy as when I sit on the couch and my dog gets out of his bed and he comes and he sits in front of me. He looks at me with these eyes and he literally communicates with me without saying one fucking word, just an expression. And I know the totality of what he wants in clarity. In clarity. And this is a live being that doesn't express vocally like us. It has to express with face expressions and eyes. And how is it that I know exactly? Now, some people can say, oh, it's just repetition and it's the, it's exactly that and it's nothing more. But those are the same people who offer you no evidence and no clarity as to why do I feel it's more? Why do I feel my dog gave me more than any fucking human could ever give me? And he communicated it with an emotion behind it, and he gave me pictures in my mind as to what it wanted.
Yeah, and people can say it's just repetition with dogs, but if it's just repetition with dogs, how do they have that sixth sense that they know when something's up, even though apparently they don't have the capacity to know when something's wrong?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that it's like dogs seem to have a sixth sense. They know when you're in a good mood, when you're not in a good mood, if you're up, you're down. Sometimes, well, they now use dogs, which I think is smell. I think Becky touched on that before, that they're using them for finding disease and things like that, which... Okay, you can put that down to smell, but is it all smell? Can these scientists be wrong? Are they using a part of their brain that the humans have not evolved to use yet?
That's what I think, Scott. I think you hit it right on. I think that, like I said before,
I think so.
Yeah, we block that from ourselves. If a dog can tell when somebody's not vibing, which they can always seem to do effortlessly, like you said, know a bad day or know someone's intentions before you do, that means that they are more in tune to this unseen fabric or this consciousness web than we are.
Yeah, and how often do your dogs bark at what we think is nothing?
Exactly.
All the fucking time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But they're not. They never are.
No, they're hearing or seeing something.
Yeah.
Okay, but Kent, you sound so adamant about what you just said. They're not, and they never are. Now, is that a feeling
No, I'm saying they're always bloody barking what appears to be nothing. But it's never nothing.
No.
Dogs don't bark for no reason at all.
No.
It's effort, especially with my lot.
Mm-hmm.
If they're barking, there's a fucking good reason for it.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it may be. I can go out there and look, I'm not going to see it, but then if there was a part of the human mind that was able to perceive the things that the dogs are perceiving, we stopped using it fucking eons ago.
Right. Well,
'Cause we were
Dalsophy-
more interested in trying to make our lives easier, and and as we make our lives more easy, or our minds are being controlled by
Yes.
outside sources,
Yeah.
i.e., other people telling you what you should and shouldn't be doing,
And media.
and you stop using it, and next generation comes along, it's not quite as strong, and next generation comes along, not quite as strong again. Next thing you know, it's gone.
Yeah, I mean, Kent kind of, I was thinking the same thing right before he said it, which is, well, he alluded to it. I think we're spending so much time trying to control each other,
Yeah.
right? That we are not really using a lot of the aspects of what we have. We are clearly spending a lot of time manipulating each other.
Well, if you look at nature as a whole, right, creatures have developed all sorts of different clever little mechanisms. They can disguise themselves to look like leaves,
Yeah.
and all this sort of stuff, right? And immense diversity and clever evolvement. And then you look at the human brain as it is today, and we're using a fraction of its size. It wouldn't be that big if there wasn't a fucking reason for it. And there are parts of the brain we go, yeah, they're dormant, they don't actually do anything. You go, what, now? Or is it something to come?
Okay, hold that 1 second. 2 commenters. Dogs have detected cancer.
Mm-hmm.
They even know when their person is about to have an episode, whether it be epilepsy or a stroke. Okay, well, that's precognition you're talking about.
Yeah, but they have seizure dogs.
Right.
Yep.
But there has to be some sort of
Precursor,
precog going there.
Yeah.
There's something more than like that's.
Is that a chemical we secrete before things happens and dogs can smell it?
We're getting into
yeah.
predictability, I think, in that, Dalsophy. Recon says
or chemically.
but there's a lot that's unknown there too. Recon says what Kent was saying: dogs don't bark for no reason. Dogs totally bark for no reason. It's self-reinforcing. It brings them pleasure to bark. That wouldn't be no reason then, Recon, because that's the reason if they're going to bark for self-pleasure. Like I believe what Kent is saying is correct. You have to reason what you're going to follow
or speak
with
about.
the action.
I mean, from a communicative point of view, like this is my territory and stuff, they have to be aware of something in the area that's worthwhile telling. They're not. I don't know whether they. I can't. In my experience, I would say they don't bark for no reason at all.
Yeah, I'm the same.
There's always a reason behind
So,
it,
okay, so
even if it's their own personal reasons, but the reason is still there.
Okay, Recon says you're right that the pleasure is a reason. I mean, they can bark at no external stimulus.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well-
get Jarvis is in as well. Hey,
Jarvis.
Jason.
Jarvis.
Hey,
Well, you-
tracker, redacted legs.
And Cheech.
Well, if-
Cheech is in as well.
Cheech is in.
Cheech.
Hey.
Cheech.
If you think about it, the dogs are going through, maybe they're going through more evolution than us.
Thank you, Steve.
Because they're adapting to us, right?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
They are way behind us in that respect.
But
Well,
I feel it goes. It's hand in hand.
Well, it
We're-
should be. It
We're
should be.
behind them.
No, I agree with you. That's kind of what I was saying. But what do humans typically do with dogs? We try to what?
Control.
And that's my point, that we are obsessed
Mm-hmm.
thinking about it. And, we spend a lot of energy
Trying to
in
control
that
things.
vein,
Yeah.
right? Because of how we're wired, right? Where they seem to be trying to adapt more than we are to us, to the house, to the situation, What's the schedule? What do we do here? You know, those aren't control mechanisms. Those are adaptation. Um,
Go on, you tell them. Come on,
yeah,
you tell them. Tell them all
I don't.
about it.
You're
We're
wrong,
quite.
wrong.
We're quite. Yeah, I know. Kent, you're gonna have to, interpret for it.
Yeah. So what is that? He said he loves your beard.
Oh,
Really? That's what you've gone for?
that's a generous dog.
Oh,
I
dear.
mean, there's a lot on the table when it comes to telepathy and what we've lost as a human civilization. I believe a lot of people don't know about one particular individual in the U.S. who've studied physicists, who studied the brain, and has since worked for the CIA and many other institutions for advanced engineering. And this individual's name is Hal Puthoff. If you don't know who this person is, I strongly suggest you look into it. He's a very credible man.
You think with a name like that, he'd never get anything done.
Right?
Yeah, for
He just
real.
puts it
He
off.
just puts it
Yeah.
off.
Put
He's
it off
been
till tomorrow.
right. He's been hired by every entity that you can think of that is deep state.
So is Bob Monroe.
So
Go
is
ahead.
Bob Monroe. But Hal Puthoff was an extreme skeptic. And I believe one person told him, no matter what with science, even if you can prove it and I see it with my own eyes, I still won't believe in it. And that put him in a conundrum as a physicist. And he would go ahead with his career and work with lasers, and he would work with quantum computing. And someone approached him and said, you know, I understand quantum computing, but you don't have to teach it to me. And I can perceive what's going to happen with it, and I can prove it to you. And Hal Puthoff, being the skeptic and the physicist that he is, he said, well, how could you prove this to me? He says, go home tonight, put anything you want inside of a shoebox, and come back to work, and I'll tell you exactly what you did and even how you put it in a shoebox. Mm-hmm. So he did it, and he went back to work. And this guy drew images of exactly what took place at his home and what was in the shoebox. And that just sent him in for a mind melt that he broke his construct on what this reality is. Mm. And that led to the birth of remote viewing. I know a lot of people have heard about remote viewing. The CIA has spent millions of dollars in remote viewing. Mm-hmm. It is going on today. You can even look this up. It's no longer a national secret.
Mm-hmm. Russia started it first.
Russia's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
China's doing it. And it's how he explained it for the layman's terms is right now when you think it's just confined to your...
hold on. I'm sorry. I think it's Germany that started it. That started that first.
Right.
Right.
But how you think right now is confined to your own domain, your own radio box. How remote viewing works is it's not contained in your own radio anymore. It is now an expanse that consciousness can expand beyond the human body and go as far as the mind would like to go. And so someone asked him, do you have to be born like this, or does everyone have this ability to do this? And with 40 some odd years of studies and experiments, they came out with the answer to that. And everyone can do it. It's just a matter if they want to do it, if they believe they can do it, or if they just are so afraid that they just don't care to do it. And it's with that experience from this man's conversation, my mind won't let me disbelieve someone who has been appointed in such high regard with very sensitive material around the world would just come on to these podcasts at an older age and just lie. I just find it very difficult to believe. And I find it even harder when someone out of the blue can tell you, it's not real. And no, I'm not going to provide you any proof. When the exact same thing has to happen when you want to prove something, when you want to have a peer review on something, and still, just as the first guy that talked to Hal put off about scientists, even if you prove it, I still won't believe it.
Ooh, yeah, that's very deep.
I gotta step out, guys. I'm gonna try to come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, bye.
See you in a bit.
So how many of us would actually believe it if we even saw
And
or witnessed it?
I'm gonna
Is it a
touch
question of believing it?
well, like Tone and them have been talking in chat, and I think I'm gonna get to Tone's remark because he kind of just like brushes it up. And the real issue with scientific peer review isn't the peers or the review. It's the money made from publishing around it holding, it just went up on me, holding the keys to that kingdom. So even if you have this peer review, and they did this with Terrence Howard, which was spot on about a bunch of different shit, but scientists shut him down because Terrence spoke like as if he was a scientist. But and what was the guy's name on Joe Rogan when he went on there and had the debate?
Eric Weinstein.
Even said this. Terrence Howard has a brilliant mind, right? He's not a scientist, but he has a brilliant mind. And scientists, with their peer reviews, will throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? He can speak on things, not being a scientist, and it'll be 100% factual. But scientists won't give it an effort because he's not part of the scientifical group to do peer reviews or has the whatever their education guidelines are, right? So what they'll do is that doesn't meet the agenda of what our overlords are saying. The money comes to focus on this and that. We're not going to focus on anything other because we don't per se want you to know anything other because they're all what do scientists like the most, right? In order for a scientist to make money, what do they always ask for? Does anybody know that? What do all scientists always ask for? Because there's no real profession for scientists.
A bigger lab.
A bigger lab, which costs
More funds.
Better
more
equipment.
fucking funds. So
Yeah.
when you're getting funds from an external source that could be biased or agenda driven, you're only going to study the field they want you to study. And
Well,
so for you,
that's a lot of science.
that's
actually.
a lot of fucking science, Kent. And so for you to go outside of those confines, to risk your living, to put your families at peril, and
To go against an agenda that's paying
you
your
will
way.
stay where you're
Right.
paid to stay.
Right.
Classic example. Thalidomide. When it was developed, there was a sort of like a review, and certain sort of experiments were carried out, and they went, no, it's fine. And then babies start getting born with arms missing, legs missing, or whatever, all sorts of weird deformities and stuff like that. And then an independent body did research on it, and within only a few weeks found that it was highly dangerous to take this stuff.
Damn.
And in the meantime, hundreds of thousands of children are born with all sorts of hideous deformities, and then thalidomide gets banned.
Was thalidomide worldwide used, or was it only UK, Ken? Do you know?
No, it wasn't just UK. I think it was also used in the States. should we say most of the Western world?
Right, okay.
Should we say?
Have you guys heard of thalidomide in the States?
No. Maybe Chrome has, but I definitely haven't. Or anybody in the States ever hear about this?
You don't see them so much now. They're sort of getting into their elder years now.
Some of them
or
don't
sort of-
live very long either.
Yeah, sort of. They'll probably be similar age to me, to be honest, because there was a few thalidomide kids at my school,
Yeah.
and they were literally born, some with no arms, half an arm, half a leg.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Because it was this great drug to take while pregnant.
Yeah, Chrome says he knew thalidomide kids, so that
Yeah.
definitely was in the States then.
I knew a few people with it as well.
Oh, you're really quiet, Doom. Can't hear you at all, mate.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Coming
you're-
out- left hand
out of
only.
you're coming out of one speaker on the
I
left.
can only hear you in my good ear. Mind you, that's not good either. It's not- Maybe somebody else should listen.
Yeah, give yourself a bit more gain as well, mate.
Yeah, it's
Better.
right up. Hang on a minute. That's
that's
right
better.
Yeah,
up.
you're getting
now.
there. You're getting there.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. Better. Is that better?
You're massively left.
You're still on the left.
Don't know why.
Make sure your setting says stereo and
Yeah.
in your,
Or in StreamYard.
yeah.
Or in StreamYard, if you're speaking, try it in mono.
Hang on a minute.
If you go into your settings in StreamYard,
Yeah,
because you won't be
audio.
playing music.
So it's on stereo audio, so take that
If you
off.
go, yeah, take that off,
See, that's another thing science hasn't been able to
and you can
explain
actually
yet.
turn up your mic volume there as well. You'll
All
see.
right, okay. Okay.
That
Why
you're
is
in the
it-
middle now.
Why is it
Is that loud
after?
enough?
There you
There
better.
you go.
That's
That's
better.
better.
Why is it after using your stuff, your computer and what have you, you turn it off, you go to bed, you get up the next morning, turn it on, and you've got mic issues, or MIDI issues,
Oh my
or
God.
audio issues, and nothing has changed.
Change.
Nothing.
They haven't figured out that one either.
It's like they haven't even spent time with their own product.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, there's been I think it was yesterday I came in here and turned on the computer to do a couple of bits and pieces, and it was coming up. Oh, can't find this, can't find that, and blah blah this and blah blah. And it was just a little coloured little circle on the screen going round, 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 round. I said, what?
Kent Tonesmith says he blames Microsoft.
I'm on a Mac.
That's
so-
maybe what Siri was barking at through the night. It was the MIDI monsters.
Maybe.
The MIDI monsters.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You were going to ask something to what we were talking about, Doom?
Yeah, I was just saying when I was younger, I knew a couple of people who had were affected with thalidomide.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. It was
So I've
a
seen
huge thing in
I've
the
seen
UK.
a few people. Yeah, I've seen a few people with it. Like not nice, horrible.
There's a couple of videos on YouTube, and they're showing all the things that are now banned, for instance. And it was almost like the conclusion was almost like it was just a written script. It was the same set of words every time. It was independent studies were done and found it to be lethal over and over again. So, like for instance, we had. Do you remember when you used to get clocks with the luminous dial on them?
Yes.
Or
Yeah, you could
watches,
see it, yeah.
But the clocks, right, and the numbers were painted on. Right, so this is using, was it uranium
Oh yeah.
132 or whatever it was, and all the women that used to paint these dials were told when they started the job to make sure you get nice perfect straight lines, you dip it in this uranium and
Take
just
the
lick
brush.
the end of the brush,
Oh
so
my
they're consuming
Damn.
uranium.
God.
And then and they're going, oh no, this is bad and all the rest of it. And these women that used to work in these factories, there was one woman who was one of the case studies. Her entire jaw just crumbled away, and she just had this flap of skin that used to hang down her front of her face.
Jesus.
Or they just got cancer, growths, all sorts of problems. They'd have children, and they had incredibly awful. Some of them only lived an hour after birth and stuff like that. And they go, an independent study was done, and yeah, it was a bad move,
Yeah.
Yeah. That's when science fails us.
hugely, and it does it repeatedly. like putting asbestos heat shields in hairdryers,
Yeah.
and you're blowing asbestos dust directly into your face under pressure.
And Teflon and cooking pans here. That was the biggest thing in the
Yeah.
U.S.
Oh, that was DuPont.
DuPont.
DuPont, the amount of towns that they guys, I've watched documentaries about that, and
Yep.
holy, it was
Yep.
part of DuPont / 3M, I think, was part of it as
Yep.
well, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was all swept under the carpet.
Literally.
And people were drinking the water that all their, basically the shit was getting poured into these rivers and killing wildlife. People were having deformed kids, and oh
Yeah.
jeez, what a mess.
Since
I'm wondering
we're-
what 30 years of
toxic to
handling
be-
lead solder's going to do.
Well,
Yeah.
there you go. Yeah, exactly.
Because I can't use lead-free, because you can't put lead-free on where boards that have had leaded solder on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Which
a
is-
bit paranoid with the Teflon pots now. You know, when you start seeing it, it
Yeah.
starts to peel.
Peel.
Bennett,
Right.
Bennett,
Gets in
get
your
it out
food
because that's
and-
going into your food and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Which
Fiberglass insulation, another one.
Yeah, fiberglass, which they're walking away from that in the U.S. now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it got knocked on the head here
Yeah.
quite a while back. It now has to be encased in a plastic instead of going in neat like it used to.
But how much of this do scientists really know, but they just give little disregard to the people? Like the military-industrial complex has a lot of great-minded scientists, but they're funded to do just that. Military
Well, they're
bullshit.
literally being paid to come up with the results they want.
Right.
You go, we won't fund you unless you come up with the
Mm-hmm.
with the right responses.
But it all comes back to ethics, though, and morals, right?
Yeah. So I mean, that
It's all
would-
about money. It's all about
Yeah.
money.
that
Always has
okay.
been.
So
Making the quick buck.
let me ask you guys this. I don't even think if it's something you should believe in or not, but just let me know if it's true or what you think is false and true. We have cell phones, we have synthesizers, we have computers, we have watches, we have a lot of things around us that is great science. And I know we all can agree on that, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
And just the cell phone and the synthesizer is pure magic, right? We can all agree that how they operate, how we can talk to someone on the phone and our voices are carried through the ether. We can't see it. Someone else picks the phone up and there we are. That's magic, correct? What are they doing that we don't know about, and what are they studying that if we think the cell phone is magic, what's really going on behind the veil?
Yeah,
Because
what's
I-
next?
Right? I would believe the cell phone might just be a 1% of what is truly happening and understood as far as science and communication.
They could be experimenting with trying to get around the gravitational pull of the Earth.
I mean, that's large. I like how you're just thinking large like that.
Well, because,
That's
think
global.
Well, think about it. He's right. The cell phone is old news. And we're always, 10 to 15 years behind what the government knows is what they say.
Right.
It
Yeah.
could be anything at this point.
Well,
Yeah,
you see, the thing
Tausify
is,
says Area 51 holds that info.
I mean,
Yeah.
everybody's talking about AI taking jobs, and that's understandable, because I think penultimately it will. Like every new technology has removed the human element from whatever they were doing.
Yeah.
That's happened thousands of times already. But then new jobs are created. But you imagine you got some huge computer center somewhere, massive computer, and you've got they've got their latest cutting edge AI, and they're asking it to find solutions to problems, and then just walking away and wait until the result comes in. You can ask it anything, and it will just work away at it 24/7 until it comes up with some sort of solution to it. This is simplifying it, obviously, but you don't know. You go, oh, is there a way of manipulating time? Is there a way of manipulating gravity? Is there a way of being able to shield yourself from the gravitational pull so that we can have hover cars and all this sort of crap, right? and just let it get on with it. You know, you give it all the information it could possibly require.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can just feed it all the scientific knowledge of the human race, and go, there you go. Have a look at that and see what you come up with.
So we got some inner
0 point energy.
Yeah,
that's another one.
Yeah.
0
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Another comment was I would love to see electromagnetic spectrum manipulation from movement of objects, which I think they probably figured that out with the pyramids. And then Dalsiphy said, I don't generally wait.
I think he means I don't think
Oh,
the general
okay.
public can handle what is really known by the so-called powers
Yeah.
that be.
I'm scared of that.
I'm scared of
think,
that.
I think Dow hit it fucking head on.
So how
I'm
heavy
scared.
would that be?
I'm scared of what. Here's the thing. I don't mind being kept in the dark as long as you don't tell me when I turn the light on, something's going to eat my fucking head off. I do think that the majority of the people on this planet would probably lose their goddamn marbles if they really knew what was out there waiting for us. If science or if our other part of us turned the lights on. I think there's some instances where I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Well, one thing we do know, that over the last couple of thousand years even, knowledge is power. The more advanced race is going to be able to kick the shit of the less advanced race.
Right.
If the Indians were wandering around with Beretti M4s instead of bows and arrows, it would have been a completely different story out there, wouldn't it?
Okay, but do you think if one of these superpowers had this technology, they would wait to use it, or they would use it because they have it?
That depends. It depends on what is to be gained from it. See, once you use a technology in the open, there's always a chance that the other side can get hold of that technology.
But there's spies everywhere. Vicky even said that. We know
Well, yeah.
everybody's shit, you know?
Yeah, everybody's always spying on everybody else. I mean, all countries are spying on all countries. They're all going, well, if they're going to do this, or they're going to move like large amounts of troops to here, we want to know why they're doing it.
Well,
Or better
Jason
still,
saying, who's
know
to say
before
they're
they
not-
do it.
There's
you know?
Jason saying who's to say they're not already using it?
They could be.
Yeah,
Fuck.
and
Yeah,
what does
because
that
it-
look like? Yeah.
Yeah.
What does that look like? You know, back in the day, where
Well, a
was
new
it?
advanced technology, what would you use to detect a new advanced technology?
They
You don't
did-
even know what you're looking for.
They did this thing at an embassy, and I can't remember if it was Colombia somewhere, but somebody correct me. It was some sort of like MEPS or some sort of system. It would put out some sort of hurt, and people were getting sick inside of the U.S.
Oh,
embassy.
yeah. It was like a crazy frequency.
And they were testing shit out then. And I would have to say, like with Jervis, like
Microwaves. and stuff.
microwaves, like
Yeah.
what? Do you guys know that we're going from 5G to 6G here in a few short coming months?
Right. And not everybody's even off of 4G
What
or 3G.
what does that shit entail?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, and look,
I'm
even
in the
today,
middle of the sticks here. I'm lucky if I get 3G.
well, take today on the workshop pub, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm repairing the 80, and every now and again I was getting this tone, and I checked all the voice cards, and it wasn't the voice cards that was doing it. So, and it sounded like it kind of sounded like a square wave. And I'm going, where the hell is this coming? What's generating this? And I'm going around and going, it might be a loose wire or something like this. And I'm going around and get the oscilloscope out. I'm going all over the place. And do you know what it was that was creating this VCO sound?
Your phone.
The plastic plug that plugs into the transformer.
Really?
Yeah. One of the power rails, the connector, was making a contact, not making a contact. And when we put the oscilloscope on I think it was the -15 line, there's a square wave on it. But it was coming out through the audio. Because it's powers the audio.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's actually generating the signal to kick out to the speaker.
So the current
The current was
The,
generating.
the current was
the waveform.
generating a fucking square wave.
Yeah.
That right there alone says a whole fucking lot to me.
So you can see very, very weird shit appear. And although there's actually a down to earth reason why, at the time of finding it, you're going,
What the
what
fuck's
the hell?
going on?
There's a 17th voice card in here somewhere.
But that's what the current noise is making. Like that's
Yeah.
what your power is putting out. So even that has a synthesizer or a quality about it, right?
Well, the contact was basically touch, not touch, touch, not touch, very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's producing a square wave.
See, I wish Jervis would hop in the chat, because my next question would be to him.
Anybody,
is
shit.
well, in,
Oh,
par-
for
in particular,
Jervis.
Jervis,
Yep.
is what happens to your mindset? Listen to me close, Jason, because I really want to know your answer. What happens to your mindset if on the local news channel they came out, breaking news, a sensation? We've scientists have figured out that the consciousness is not tied to the body, and there is an afterlife, or there is something more to this, but your body is merely a tool. What happens to your mindset? What happens to your mainframe? What happens to your whole thought process as to what this world is? I've read a couple of paragraphs in the book about what happens to people when this information is found out. And just for it to be in a particular book makes me wonder if they hadn't figured this out already. If they know the answer, but they dare not tell us.
Well, there's that big leap between finding out and believing.
Do you off your, like some people said they will off themselves, that there's no meaning to life then?
Jervis says, fist pump the sky and says,
Well, you see,
see, I was
As
right.
far as their,
You son of a bitch!
but as far as their perception was concerned, there was a point to life before they knew it.
But why would they think that that's the end? Like that's the means to end life, Kent. Like, how is this the reason why did they don't come? Like, scientists don't come out with this and say, hey, if we come out with this, people are more. They're going to be more willing to give up on this life and just kill themselves.
Well, they do that already.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
They fight over ground
right,
and kill themselves over ground.
right. Mental health. Some people will take their own lives.
Yeah, people take their lives for. I mean, my mate hung himself in the kitchen.
During COVID, that was.
During
Kent, wasn't
COVID.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's because he didn't have. He couldn't really get out and do his job and be with people. He was already massively depressed as it was. So
But what
people kill themselves all the time for the most stupid things.
right? But to imagine what he must have seen broke his reality so bad where he instantly had to do that.
Yeah.
And this is like someone that knows science and who's seeking out like the truth and was probably pretty. I'm gonna assume was probably headstrong and loved life.
Yeah.
But if you see something that really fractures your reality, I would love to sit here and tell people, I believe in aliens all day. Are they with us? It's a possible chance. But I also tell myself,
Don't know about that.
am I really ready to see an extraterrestrial life form right here, now?
Can your mind handle
Can my
it?
mind handle that?
I could.
You say it with such conviction, Scotty.
Like if that shit landed right now on your front lawn, Scotty, and came out with the shock and awe with just seeing the craft.
Yeah. But
I don't. If there is alien,
who's to say that it's going to be a bad thing if they arrive?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying just the challenging.
Well, if they developed like us, yes, it will be a bad thing
Oh, very true.
because they'll
Ken.
want our
Yeah.
resources.
But
you
they can
think
already
about it.
take that if
If
they're
you've
around.
got the technology to travel light years, right? Because we know that there's no real decent habitable planets in what we would call the local space area, and we're talking what 50 light years in any direction, there isn't anything worthwhile talking about.
Right.
After that, it gets very interesting, right?
Right.
But in this 50 light year circle around us, there's pretty much fuck all, right? Now, if you've got the technology, though, to come that distance in a craft, so you've got to be able to power this craft across that distance, and it's got to be at a pretty decent speed, they will have the technology to be able to scan our planet and learn everything they need to know about it. And I guarantee you, they won't even get into high orbit. They go, fuck that place.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
a fucked ball.
For sure.
Let's go and find something a little bit more
For sure.
along the lines of how we've progressed.
Yeah, but at the same time, they wouldn't be afraid of us. If they had
No, they wouldn't be afraid of us at all, no.
right,
No.
and if they had ill intent, they wouldn't play by our rules, right? If they had ill intent and they're superior than us in all aspects, then we would not be having this conversation right now, and it'd be a wrap a long time ago.
Well, Larry Niven did in one of his science fiction books. He had this thing where there was several races that kind of found that they existed, but found that they could not meet each other because they were all and they were sort of, what's the best way of putting this? They were highly allergic to each other. They couldn't be, within 80 feet of each other without getting an allergic reaction and literally dying.
Which that makes sense. There's a Virginia story about that.
Yeah, and how they dealt with that, and they
Okay.
were trying to find ways of changing their physiology to be able to meet properly, as it were.
Okay.
And it could be like that. Who knows?
It could very well be like they come here. There's some sort of pathogen that will tamper and just cripple the human society because we couldn't take it.
Yeah. Well, it's like that thing about, we're carbon life forms. There could be life forms that are not based on carbon at all. We could find highly radioactive, and we burn like a match if we get anywhere near them.
Which goes back to the previous question. How many of you would say, fuck it, I'd much rather kill myself if they've just proved that I don't have to be in this body? How many people here right now would continue to live this life if you had 100% evidence? You don't have to do this anymore.
I do this.
Yeah.
People are pre-programmed to be scared shitless of death.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not, to me, that's not a good enough reason to go and put a shotgun under my chin. Honest to God. If it was a case of, if you kill yourself now, you can go off to paradise and you can do this, that and the other and blah, 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 no more pain. I go, okay. Can I, I might have to, that means I have to kill my dogs first so they can come with me. I'm sorry, I cannot believe in you enough. Sorry.
Yeah, and people that say, I forgot who was asking. Yeah, what if the proof was so hardcore they even showed you?
They proved it.
They even proved it right in front of you,
No.
and it was,
Sorry.
it was
No
so
sale.
Not
Doesn't matter.
you can't stop it. You twat.
No.
For those
I'd like to think that a lot of people would be like that as well.
Okay, but I'm with Jervis. How many people are bothered that badly to say, and they proved it to him, like without a shadow of a doubt. Look, I can open the veil, and you can walk straight across, and it's much more happier there. You're eventually going to go there, whether you like it or not. But I'm just giving you the opportunity to go now. How many people would do it? And I'm with Jervis. I would like to know. I myself wouldn't do it, even as I'm going through some struggling times in my own personal life. I still wouldn't do it because I want to see this shit out. I didn't come this far to fucking not see it out. But I'm with Jervis. How many people are that bothered where they would just say, you know what, I got to go there eventually. It's better than my situation now. I'm going to go home now. Fuck it. How many people would actually contemplate that and leave all the struggle behind? That's a very fascinating concept. no one gets out of here alive. We all know that.
Yeah.
And tomorrow could very well be my time.
I'm sure there are people who would, but I think you would find those are the people that were going to go and do it anyway, whether they knew about.
Not necessarily, Kent. This one guy, the
I mean,
scientist, didn't want to go do that
right?
until he saw something that fractured his paradigm.
If you put it on a plate and no one's had that substance on the plate before to proverbial chew it over.
How would you digest it?
That's the two surest things in life are death and diapers, really, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And taxes.
Not to a transient or a hobo.
I thought that's what Jarvis was meaning. Jarvis shot something, should I say? No, it was because I'd made a comment on a show that used
the comedy.
to be on. Yeah, the comedy.
What was it that
The Jeremy
John Cleese
Biddle
said?
show. I was saying that I think they're too PC nowadays. I
Oh.
think
John
people would be
Cleese said-
putting in stress claims if we had Beadle, but he's right. Jervis is right because I think we're kind of told by the media that everything needs to be PC now, but how many people are actually bothered?
Well, John Cleese said, he goes, people who don't have a sense of humour shouldn't be allowed to tell people with a sense of humour what they should and shouldn't be able to laugh at.
Oh, I probably shouldn't laugh at that. I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I actually like risky humour
Yeah.
anyway, because that's what makes it even more funny is because
Because it's risky.
Right.
because it's wrong.
Yeah, Chrome
And
does a
because
great
I'm
job
built
at
in
that.
with a moral compass that allows me to know that that's wrong and you shouldn't really be joking about it is what makes it funny.
That's when you're taking life way too fucking serious, in my
Well,
opinion.
exactly.
I'm taking it. Cheat says, I'll wait to go naturally or otherwise, which I agree. Cornish says, the only thing that scares me now is not seeing my grandchildren grow up, not death. And then, of course, Jervis says, and for the record, I don't fear death, but I'm not going to foreshorten my time here. I think a lot of people in our chat is just gonna willing to stick it out.
Yeah.
But what about that though? Like what?
Yeah, but what would
What
you
about
miss if
that
you
to
ended
stick it
early?
out?
You would miss so
But I
much
find it
stuff.
strange you were asking the question. I personally, I felt that was like, the no-brainer.
But
Yeah.
that's your perception. There's a lot of people that think differently, and we're
Yeah.
just trying to get to see.
Well, too in the
You're just
book.
having trouble finding any.
Well, that's but
which is
right.
a good thing for us.
But true.
Yeah.
So the book I read, that's the exact reason why they said they wouldn't let this information out. Is because they think the latter half. People would go, oh, I don't have to do this. I don't have to do this fucking life where the scales are fucking so far on the other side, and you've just showed me proof. Their fear was people would just immediately cash in their chips, and then there would be nothing left to govern. The people are leaving. The people are killing themselves. How do you convince people? How do you put the cat back in the bag? How do you put fear back in someone? How do you put back fear and time? Because in essence, a lot of these, and I don't want to go religious, but a lot of these religious books and a lot of these words that derive with crazy etymology behind them, fear, time, religion, these are all constructs that make you want to do something with your time. These are substance that push you through your life to let you know you don't have a lot of it. Get out there, experience, and do something. And if that's taken away from you, what experience would you have to want to gain from this planet?
Which and Kent, just so you know, what was crushing to us, we had a best friend. We did a podcast with him, but he was so gone with depression, and he literally the last year, he drank himself to death. He killed himself, pretty much. Exactly what he did. And we posed a question. We did a podcast. We never aired it because it was a side of him I didn't even want anybody to see, nor did I want it out there in the world for any of his family members to see by the way he was speaking. And we posed a question: if someone came right now and to our reality and just prove to you that there was a heaven on the other side, and you flourish and you be happy, and you won't have these worldly issues.
Yeah.
He didn't even think
He
it
didn't
over.
even think it over. He didn't even fucking blink, I don't think. And he says, "Bye, I'm gone." And he has 2 children and a wife. And they're
Yeah, but this is what I said. Unless they wanted to go
mm-hmm,
anyway, because people will do it without the promise of, eternal life in paradise. If people are doing it without that, those are the people who will go, "Oh, bloody hell, let's bonus then.
yeah.
Bye." But finding somebody who is coping with life,
Mm-hmm.
I would say would go, "No, I'll wait and see."
I would
Wait and
hope
see.
so. I would, but
Yeah.
but again, like,
I like what Dallas.
shit, I would really hope so. But there's people out there, I just believe, that'll just
Yeah.
hang it
Yeah.
up.
And the weird thing is, and this is a callous part of it.
Mm-hmm.
If there was swathes of people ending their lives to go off to a better place, we can feel happy for them,
Because we'll
and
be there
also
soon. Yeah.
rejoice in
Yeah.
how our lives are getting easier as the population thins out
Yeah.
Mm.
and there's more food to go around.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, God, has anybody told Trump yet? 'Cause
I like what Dallas said. It's the universe is under no obligation to make sense of you.
yeah,
Well, especially because it is you, and you are it. You're made of the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
not that it has you in a total disregard, but it doesn't have to waste time with the way you're-
Inconsequential.
Yeah, with your thinking. But with that said, vice versa, Kent. How many people would go on to live a more adventurous life, knowing that there's a other side waiting for us? How many people would quit their jobs and just say, I'm gonna go out there and just grab everything by the balls, or as Trump would say, by the pussy?
yeah. Well, who knows? Who knows? Honestly, I mean, I mean, it's like when you get these flat earthers, and they go, "Oh no, the Earth's flat," and then you give them irrefutable proof. They still don't believe you.
Right.
No.
So if somebody came onto the telly and go, "Yes, and here's proof of an afterlife," blah blah blah, you go, "No, it's all green screen, mate."
See, and
They
that's
won't believe it.
just what I was saying. That one physicist, Hal Puthoff, the guy that told him, even if you prove it, I still won't believe it.
Yeah.
And that
Well, it's like those
becomes a
two
choice.
flat earthers that they paid for them to go to the North Pole and experience the 6 months of daylight where the sun doesn't move. Confirming that it's a globe and the Earth is spinning and it's not the sun going round the Earth. Because why would something that's 9,600 times bigger than the Earth be the thing that's moving,
Right.
and the little rock not be, and all the rest of it, right? And they filmed it and everything like that, and they sent it all back to all their flat earther buddies, and they're all going, "No, they faked it. It's all green screen."
Yeah.
The people they trusted to go up there and find out.
Tracker Jack said, "Would we know? Would we believe it?
Unlikely.
Could it be another conspiracy after all?" I mean, I think that's what we would convince ourselves every time, even if things are true. Even if you see it with your unlying eyes.
It's got to be one of those things where it happens right in front of you. It can't be on the television, or as you guys say, the telly. It can't be something secondhand. It would literally have to be this thing just appeared right before your very eyes. That I'm reflecting back on Kent. Someone can say my eyes are lying. This is not happening right now. I'm not going to believe my lying eyes, even if this thing is slapping you in the face.
Yeah. I think we're a very mistrusting species anyway.
We did that to ourselves, though, to be honest.
Oh yeah, right from the off.
That's why we have conspiracies, because
Well,
we
there's
keep
too many
constantly lying
people
to
have
ourselves.
believed in other people, and it's found out to be bullshit.
Right.
And it gets around. And yeah, although people still will blindly believe certain things. You know, like the Trump supporters honestly believe what Trump is doing is good for the economy blindly, even when they're given the figures of, you know, minus 0.3% GDP. And they're going, no. It's all faked. Yeah, that's all faked figures and everything. No, doesn't matter.
That's the thing. Like, I mean, you can look at religion in the same way. That's why there's so many different religions. People construct what they believe is what best suits them. Which God best suits me?
But even
Which
then,
conspiracy best suits me? Which car
best suits.
best suits
But
me?
even then, they won't even live. Majority of people don't even live up to their religion beliefs. They extrapolate what works for them and they leave the rest out.
Yeah.
Simple.
It won't change.
I haven't even met a full hardcore person that's just solely into religion.
There's some people that believe the system of this world is not flawed. That everything is as it should. Everything is as it should be.
Yeah, but seriously, how many times do you have to get kicked in the nuts before you realise you're being kicked in the nuts?
Right?
Right. I don't believe it, Kent.
I mean, that's insanity. It's pure insanity.
I forgot.
Yeah,
I forgot who I asked. I think it was on the day before. But I asked the question. I says, "Does anybody think humanity will ever change, or is this our predestined fate? Is this it? Is this the best humanity
We can
offer?
watch ourselves. We can watch our own demise.
Destruction."
We're gifted with watching our own demise.
Yeah. I've got this horrible nagging feeling. I've had it for about 5 years now. Of something's going to kick off proper somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely Northern Hemisphere.
Like, what do you mean? What do you mean kick off?
Like World War III kickoff?
Yeah, that kind of vibe. Yeah.
What gives you that?
I think it's an accumulation of many things.
Is it the people getting fed up with where we are in society? Is it not? Is it the case of we're trying to be happy, but there's just not a lot to grab on?
Yeah, it has that vibe, and you also have this, constantly, parts of the world are falling apart because we've destroyed it. The whole thing is just feeling a bit, hey, mate. The whole thing's feeling a bit sort of like, yeah, it's getting very tentative and very anxious, and all it takes is for some fucking idiot to do something stupid, and that's it. It'll all kick off. And I don't mean, guns on the front line. I'm talking, no, let's get the big girls out.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's that kind of vibe.
You really think society and man is ready to go so far as to, that's it, we're done? Because once that's out of the box, you don't bring that back. That's pretty much the end of society. You don't think the hunger for power is greater than the hunger of war?
You see it every day. We got world leaders that are more interested in being on top than the consequences. It's more about power. It's more about being at the top. Is the single most important thing in their lives. And then they'll have their brainless minions doing their bidding for them to make sure he does stay at the top. You got Kim Jong-un, who's an absolute fucking lunatic, and a country that religiously follows him.
Yeah.
If he'd turned around and said, right, everybody, cut your throats, they'd all turn around and cut their throats. It's that kind of totalitarianism. Russia, Putin has got a certain control, but he's losing bits of it as well. I mean, if there was a revolution, because it's not the first time there's been a revolution in Russia, but if there was a big revolution in Russia, he might get one of the big ones out of the box. Put a stop to that.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to be very careful how he deals it.
Steve answered my question, and he says, I live my life hoping humans will find a way to be at peace with each other sometime in the future. It may be thousands of years from now, but we will realize we are one race on the planet. And I think deep down, I think everybody just truly wants that.
Yeah, but it might take something like this to happen for that to actually come about.
And I don't disagree with that. It may take some sort of catastrophic event, like I
Yeah.
always say.
Well, since Samurai said it already kicked off, Kent. Wait,
Where?
kind of already kicked off, Kent, my brother. Like
Well-
the end is already begun.
Yeah, it does sound. Yeah, it does sound like the band's playing, and they haven't quite started running the credits yet.
Yeah.
It's got that vibe.
Someone said someone back 2 years ago said it's going to start cyberly. It's going to be cyber warfare. And then that's what's going to kick it off. With these tariffs and now everything going on, right now we're starting a trades war, right? Now the
Yeah.
war is in precondition. We will hold resources from you, you will hold it from us until something pops off. But I'm sure they had to have thought about this. What if it pops off in your backyard where the people start rising against you for causing the tariffs or blocking this and that, right? They have no means of getting to the U.S. We have no means of getting to China as the people. And what to me I thought about is, what if people go into panic mode when things aren't really available on the shelf? What happens when that baby and that family can't get that Similac for their newborn baby because tariffs have gotten people in a hyperinflated state and they started hoarding food? You see what happened when COVID did with the fucking toilet paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look at the January 6th thing, right? You had those people travel from up to 1,500 miles away to descend on Washington and do the shit that they did, right? Then based on what facts? What was driving them there? Just because one guy says, come and do something about it. One guy.
I mean, but that's all it takes for most people.
Well,
is
exactly, and even then, I mean, he's somebody I wouldn't trust to open a can of beans, and yet he says it, and they go, yeah, okay, and they've travelled miles, they brought their guns, and they dressed up and gone fucking nuts.
But I mean, percentage-wise, what are we talking? How many? A couple hundred?
Well, the percentage doesn't really matter.
Well, it does. It does.
No, it doesn't. I'll tell you for why.
It
If you apply it to the same thing where, see, like when people talk about nuclear war, they always think about the films and they got the big mushroom cloud. There are nuclear weapons that do small yield and just take out one city, just the one city, right? Yes, there's radiation contamination for a lot wider, but there's just that one city taken out, and you
But
go,
it's gonna-
right, behave.
But I mean, if you Putin, let's use somebody with no try not to have judgment.
Yeah,
Putin covets what? Probably power, right?
Yeah. yeah.
Or
Does
his oligarchs, but go ahead, yeah.
yeah. Does Putin have power? Yes. So what is it a question of? Is he just trying to maintain power, acquire more power? I don't see anywhere in the chess match where he does it and he can keep power. And I do think there's a lot of evidence showing that people in power right now are under siege, right? They are hiding. I mean, the guy from Zuckerberg, where does he live? On an island?
somewhere in the ground too at times.
Yeah. So he's hiding, right? The
Mhm.
United Health guy got blown away.
Yep.
Assuming you believe it, Trump, somebody tried to get him, right?
Mhm.
Well, since
This
Samurai
is what
mean
we
about
know about. So I think, and then there's, with the guy and the governor of Pennsylvania, they tried to burn his house down while he was sleeping. So they're not, I'm not seeing signs that the people are voting against each other
Mhm.
so much. They're fighting, but it's still, I, I think, to your point, Ken, and they didn't go when they went after January 6th, which
Mm.
they weren't really going after. They were going after power again. It was again. So I think
Well, they
he
thought
was,
they felt they'd been wronged.
well, sure. I mean,
They believed that the election
yeah.
was fixed
Now
because one guy says it is.
well, let's. I bet if you did a psychoanalysis of that cross section there, you're not going to find too many well-adjusted people in there. You're going to find maybe a few, but you're going to find some real serious problems
Yeah.
Mhm.
with their
Yeah.
themselves.
Right.
And we've seen even as some of these people have gotten out, they're getting rearrested.
Mm-hmm.
Right there, they have serious problems. And it can be January 6th, but they could easily have been. Well, it was the guy in Oklahoma just bombing shit on their own. So I do agree with you that it is unsettling, and it does feel like there is a powerful group of something, individuals, different entities that is trying very hard to manipulate most people through media, through all these different ways, right? Through these weird power outages, things are getting bombed. So it would be very normal to feel like it's the end of the world because
Mhm.
this feels chaotic. I mean, the shit is just, you can't get on social media anywhere without it feeling just like, and is it worse? Yeah, I think it's worse, right?
Yeah. I mean, since Samurai has
I
a
don't
point,
know. Yeah.
since
No,
since Samurai has a
honestly.
point to me, Putin wants the best for his country. Trump wants the best for America.
Horseshit.
Other countries want best for outside groups. It's simple. Put your country first. Make
No.
deals.
The thing
Well,
is,
That's
although
kind of
that makes sense.
that's
Trump
kind of how it
does
should
not.
go.
Yeah, but Trump doesn't want what's best for America. Trump wants best what's for him.
Yeah.
And why are American people not seeing this?
Yeah. Because
It's him and his mates. Fuck the rest of you.
yeah, I mean, I do agree.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't make a Bitcoin and profit from it if you were really just. Now he uses. I agree that Trump leverages our strength, for his own benefit and what he may perceive.
Mhm.
So it's really a question of how you use your power and how you see your strength, right?
Mhm.
Mhm.
That's the ultimate problem right now with the United States. Some are saying, hey, having the dollar as the backup currency is a gold mine, right?
Mhm.
That's why everybody does what you want. People are saying now, you lose that, you've lost a lot of your power. Now, in the short term, who cares, right? You take a chance, and you see what happens. There was equity for what we did in World War II. There was social equity. Was it? Were we burning through it through the years? Yeah, but it was still there,
Mhm.
right? It had some value. So, yeah, Putin. If you put Putin in Ecuador, then yeah, he would be for Ecuador.
Right.
But
You know we had to pay America to come and fight the Second World War, don't you?
yeah,
Pay and
We
trick.
finished paying
Pay and-
America in
Yeah.
2007.
Pay and trick them.
but it's kind of like different arguments because you can put your family first, but there's a point where you need other families, right? I mean,
Right.
you can't do it all yourself, right?
Well, and it just goes to prove that no one can do it. But we've
Right.
come too far where we're all involved with everybody
we're all-
to not
Yeah.
put to it. And it's, I would say this about Monkey Island being the Continental. Don't get so worked up what someone else's opinion is and let it fuck with your opinion, because at the end of the day, it's just
An opinion.
an
It's
opinion.
not a fact.
It's not your fact. It's not his. It's their fact. come to this
Crashing down.
crashing down because someone, and I'm not just saying you can't, but people get offended when their beliefs are triggered or are challenged. And I think the best way to go about it, we can't fall victim like how the people that run our countries do shit.
Yeah.
Here, you do it, you look at it, and you go, I understand your point. I may not agree with it, but at the end of the day, I respect your opinion.
Right.
And once we get past that as a people, this is where we have to show the better side of what they're already fucking up, right?
Yeah.
Instantly, everybody was like, I disagree, this and that, this and that. Don't let it fuck with us as a family. We talk about it and we leave it alone.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Well, we don't call each other. We don't judge each other.
Right.
We don't say you're stupid or.
I know that, but sometimes things get inflamed,
Yeah,
and I like to.
I mean, I'd love
No,
to
I do.
actually be able to sit down and have a conversation with an out-and-out Trump supporter because I want to understand.
And sometimes that's all it may
Why?
take, right?
Right.
But again, like David said, you might be getting some news from the person who's not mentally there, who's just a radical and just thinks far right.
or you might be getting the news
just-
from a person who doesn't
Radical. Period.
or you might be getting the
Yeah.
news from a person who the only source that they are acquiring knowledge from is another media source.
Right.
If you are not in this game an educated politician and or a journalist who is going out 100% of your day, like I am a farrier blacksmith,
Right.
who is going out acquiring the most accurate information you possibly can before you come up with a decision as to what to believe or not. If you are not doing that,
Yeah.
you don't have solid ground. And if you are going to say something, be prepared to bring things in black and white, show exactly how you got to this, and be prepared to educate people about it. Without that, you have nothing. Now, am I the only one here who's seen the movie Zeitgeist? Like, literally, I really don't think presidents and congressmen and global leaders, like, they're not really running this program. They're mere puppets. There's something bigger here at play. There's a cabal that we don't even know the person's name who's in control of the cabal. The only thing I know is
It's where the money is.
Right.
Civilization warfare has begun, and they're winning because we're spending our time doing this exactly right here, what they want us to do. They want us to have a left, a right, a center, and they want us to continue to argue about the things that are inconsequential at hand. And
Because all the time the left
and it's working.
is
It's
looking and hating the right, and the right is looking and hating
hating
the
to
left.
the left while
Nobody's looking at the people who are doing it.
at the bigger picture.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I can distract you, right, and get you to feed on each other, what better plan do you need? If I can get more cell phones in your hand and more fucking TV shows and more
The incontinental.
news,
Sorry.
Who said that?
Tracker redacted.
There's cultural things
You
in
shit
America,
yourself.
right? There's cultural things in America that always make me smile, and one of them is this thing about having the American flag hanging outside your house, right? Now, to people like me and Scott here, we don't do that. We know what country we're living in. We don't need a reminder every time we walk out the front of the house. But
Here is
in America, you
patriotism.
got Now this patriotism is very, very strong, right? And the people that are manipulating you are using that.
Right. I would not disagree with it, but there's
other people.
people that, okay, for myself, I have an American flag on my patio right now that hangs
Yeah.
because
To me,
I made America what I want
thank you. Yep.
America to be in my mind.
Yeah.
And take it from me. I've been through a lot of unjust, and I still go through a lot of unjust as a black person.
Yeah.
but I don't let that supersede what I think
My America
is.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
so when I have my flag out there, it ain't the biggest fucking flag, but it's my American flag.
Yeah.
It represents something to me that I see the best in most Americans that I interact with and do things with. Now, with that being said, you have the far right who can take the American flag, and it may as well be
something completely different.
A swastika for Germany,
Yeah.
where they're taking it and they're making it this aggression thing where,
Yeah.
you know, it's tied behind hate. Because truly, I've seen it here. I've seen the person who totes that flag with hate behind it. And
that's how it would be conceived here. If somebody had
Right, but
you
until you
can't-
talk to
St.
somebody,
George.
right, but you
but
can't make it a blanket statement.
can't.
And you have to understand the mind
of each individual,
each
of what America means to
yes.
them.
Because
Yeah.
I've run into a lot of people who I would deem, oh, look at this fucking redneck right here, right? I've judged them and everything. But
Yeah.
the moment this person steps to me and says something that completely fractures my mind, it has me kicking myself in my own ass going, well, why in the fuck did I do
Just
that?
judge him.
Was it the hat he was wearing? Was it the way
What about
he
the
spoke?
Confederate
Was
flag?
it?
'Cause
But those-
theoretically, that doesn't exist anymore, does it?
It doesn't.
Yeah,
But do you know how many black people in the South support the Confederate flag, Kent? You know
Seriously?
How many,
Yeah.
many black families are rebels because literally through their teaching and their heritage down there, as soon as the government took control, that was the end of the U.S. for them. The government put their nose in other people's business, and it was going to hold your hand, and it was going to call you this, segregate you, and do the worst to you if the government was in charge. That's what they fought against. When I speak to those Southern black people, they fought against the government. They weren't thinking about enslavement. They were enslaved, but they could see the bigger picture. They can see that the government was wanting to control and enslave everyone.
Yeah.
And so that war looked different to them. We almost did a podcast on this with an actual South family, but we haven't got the chance to get there yet. And this person is from the South, and they see it in a complete,
Different light.
almost to the point where I was like, oh shit, I have to shut my mouth because I had no idea about the history.
Didn't do the homework.
I didn't do the homework about black people in the South and what they were really up against. I didn't know, and this is what he was telling me about his lineage as a slave, that they came from plantations where they were treated equally as the white man. Mm-hmm. They were getting paid equally. There were actually white people working the cotton too. They were offered homes. They were offered a place in the community, a place in the church. There was no hate, but that wasn't spoken of. And as soon as that plantation came under fire from the government, they said, oh no, we can't have this because this place is based on something other than what that plantation is based on. And what that plantation is based on.
I think a lot of people do exactly what you just did, Kent. I used to look at the Southern flag and go, oh, everybody's racist. But it was the
No. Weirdly, that's not what I was thinking.
No, but not just that. But that's what at one time I thought. Okay, and I'm sorry
To me, it was more like clinging on to a
heritage.
A history.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what I didn't know was a lot of people, and these are white, they're not racist at all. They're just proud of the South, and that flag meant to them like what the flag means to me in my life. Right? They have their own. They have their own ideas about these certain things. Not all, right? Some hold that flag as racist, and a lot of them do. But there's some that don't, and they use that to be just proud of the South.
And that's just the way of different ideas. Like ideology is so vast between who looks at things and how they perceive it and what it means to them. It's almost impossible to say anything about, because there's always going to be a negative variant in something that is looked at as a positive thing for others. It's always going to be, and I just had a conversation with this about black people in totality. And I told I Am the One Son this. The word nigga or nigger doesn't mean the color of one's skin. It means everything about a person's intelligence.
Yeah.
That's it. And
Yeah,
I
yeah.
said there's niggers in every race that will take us off course and make us look like the worst of ourselves.
Right.
Yeah.
And then people can almost gravitate to, well, that's what that is. Because they only see what stands out the most.
Right.
Is the negative of that
Particular race.
particular race or that particular action or that particular community or that particular religion.
Yeah.
There's always a terrorist. There's always an extreme right. There's always an extreme left.
I get mad when newscasters go to the ghetto, right? And let's just say there's a drive-by shooting. Now, predominantly in most ghettos, statistically, there's a lot of ignorant people there, right? And that's just the plain math of it. But newscasters do a thing where they find, and I think it's on purpose, right? They find the most ignorant person to do the interview with. Someone that can't speak, put them on TV, and now they've depicted the black race as this. This is how they speak. I is that bad at,
Yeah.
no vocabulary at all. They could have readily easily spoke, because they're out there questioning people to who they want to do an interview with. You can easily gather up someone who's able to articulate a proper fucking sentence for that particular community and have a conversation with them, right?
Yeah.
And
Always
it-
seek out the lowest common
Always.
And it's just not
Yeah.
the black community. They even do it in a trailer park, right? They'll find someone who's barefoot, missing teeth, and let's have a conversation with them. That does not reflect that community.
Yeah.
And that's
Well, I
the
mean-
type of shit that pisses me off.
In fairness, from where I'm coming from, I've only learnt from what they taught us at school, which was about, it was all about, they wanted to, the government wanted to free the slaves, and the plantation owners weren't so keen on it. And that's all we were taught about that. Plus, you watch films and all this, and it's all the same thing. You know, the black man is being oppressed and enslaved, and the people in the South wanted to keep the slaves, and the government wanted to free the slaves, and they weren't having any of it.
That might have been part of the Civil War.
Right.
Yeah, but here it's taught
Part
as all of it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what it was
that's,
all
Right.
about.
that's
Mhm.
simplifying it.
And that's
Yeah.
Right.
and that's the
Yeah.
that's the issue there.
And
Now-
they never deep dive into everyone's life and outlook. Because
Yeah.
I was the same way, Kent. I just went off the history books they taught us
Yeah.
and was like, oh, this was fucked up. And it
Yeah,
wasn't
but-
until I got older and I was just like, oh, wait.
Do your
that-
own homework.
That happened?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, it's like with, you know, when I say to you about, you know, like hanging the American flag outside your house, and I always used to do the joke of, well, Americans can't remember what country they're living in. They go, oh, right, yeah, okay, I remember now, and that kind of thing. But here, we see that as weird because we live under a royal family. We have a royal heritage, which means that if you're not in the royal family, you're below. Right across the board. Everybody else is beneath, and it's all forelooking. Pulling,
And is
you know?
it still that way? Is it still that way?
Well, today, not
Less
so
or
much.
so now, yeah.
Well, with media coverage and everything else, the royal family is now seen as being fallible. In some cases, just fucking stupid, possible paedophile, you name it, right? And
Beings.
Corrupt.
yeah, and then you get in.
Normal people.
Then there never used to be
Unfortunately.
divorces in the royal family.
Yeah.
It was that was a no-no, and things like that. So you know, like Diana getting had enough and pissed off and all the rest of it. And it changed our perception. Because we were seeing it. It was in our faces every single day. That the royal family, it was just a name.
Mm-hmm.
They got a really nice house in town, and a really nice house out in the country,
Yeah.
And,
and they want for fuck all,
Yeah.
and
But
we
also-
pay for it.
Right.
Yeah.
And it goes back to culture, right? Like this
Yeah,
is
exactly.
probably
Yeah, exactly
an
so.
evolution of our culture. But
Yeah.
what's funny is Wagyu says that I can buy Negro sweets in my local supermarket. They're jet black boiled sweets. I guess an old brand. Chimney sweep on the pocket or on the packet these days. And he goes on to say it's all very well talking about historical slaves, but how many people in the world today are slaves? It's still not gone away. It's just evolved and become this over cumbersome thing now where it's just now we're all like the whole world has become enslaved. And Ayer says, never forget that the UK was the first nation to an active abolitionist state.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
since
smart git somewhere realised that you can take control of a country without firing a single bullet,
right.
and all you need is money.
I was just going to
That's
say,
it.
and what was that, Kent? Money,
Money.
you say?
Yeah.
Money.
Since Samurai says the best thing about all of you guys are you can have open discussions and honest debates and not judge anyone and just talk. It's cool, man. Very cool.
Yeah, but I mean that's how it should be, isn't it?
It should be, but
But it's not.
I mean, it's interesting. And
It depends. It
interesting.
depends.
So
Everybody's
why
got a
is it not,
handbrake.
though? Why is it not?
I don't know, Scott. I think
Hold on, wait. Let Asif finish that thought. I don't
ahead.
want him to
Yeah.
lose it.
well, we're going in a different direction. I was thinking about the Civil War. My mom was Southern.
Mm.
My dad was from Baltimore, so that made him a Yankee.
Mhm.
And like a lot of things, and even a lot of the race stuff, for me, I couldn't get too emotionally into the war itself. I wasn't there. All I saw was the division, and there was division. And so when I saw the Confederate flag, then it was like I had a guy. I think I joked about it. I might have on this show. What 6 months ago? He was from South, deep South, and he said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Baltimore." He goes, "Oh, you're a Yankee." Now, I didn't take offense to that because first thing, there's no reason to.
Mhm.
And I kind of laughed because I've also got some experience with it. I said,
Yeah.
"Well, I'll let you know. My mom was from Chattanooga, right?
Mhm.
Mobile. And my dad was from Baltimore. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess I am. I don't know what that's worth."
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And we both kind of laughed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we went on. We had a good time. It was clear we were very. We could have postured in a way that we disliked each other, but I chose, and he chose too, for us to, because I was there to help him. To be honest with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I wasn't about to make a statement about him, or it didn't matter. I was there to help him, and I was going to help him, And if I had to go through some kind of test in his mind to feel comfortable, and so be it, right?
Mhm.
These things, ironically, pun intended, are not black and white, and you can't simplify any of it. You just can't. And it gets back with since Samurai said, it's all about just pulling back and trying to understand the best you can and trying to understand the other people's intentions at the end of the day.
Right.
Do they really? They may be fearful. That's real. Fear is real.
Hmm.
But if you really want to diffuse the fear, come at it, right?
And put the ego aside.
Right. It was like this is a little side and I'll shut up, but I was working in DC and we were relatively young white guys and we had an older black guy showing us around and we got there. We were all kind of standoffish. I'm so used to this, right? And we started joking around with each other. I think we threw him in the mix a little bit. Within like 10 minutes, we were all laughing. And he stopped and said, "Man, I was dreading today, Dave. I was dreading it. I saw you guys come in here, and I thought, oh my God, here come a bunch of, stiff white guys coming in, right? We're going to spend all day together." And
Goddamn honkies.
God damn.
we had a great time. We actually became kind of friends. He would call me every once in a while. We weren't, it's just, you gotta let all that go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I know everyone here understands this, but on a deep level, if you can peel away those layers, and I think this is what's happened down south, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing one thing, but individually they're peeling away layers. They might have this war they had where slavery was part of it, and I do think it was part of it, right? Power context. But it is a conundrum to understand that maybe they were also really close, right?
Yes.
Black and white people there.
Mm-hmm.
You can only understand it if you look at the context of what I just told you about going into the city, right?
Yes.
And we're all here together. We understand that, and we kind of, you know what? Maybe I just preconceived some things I shouldn't have, and I don't know why it matters anyways, right?
Right.
So that was my only thoughts on
Well,
that.
Yeah,
by that token, me and Scott
Uh-huh.
could be in the same situation.
You got. I was just gonna say
100%.
that.
Yeah.
Right? Because
Yeah.
but doesn't that show what Steve's point was? In the 1,000 years, maybe it takes 1,000 years for us to come to this conclusion. I mean, because look how far we came from slavery, and look how far Scotland and the UK, like, look how far we've come from that mindset already.
Yeah.
So does it take more time to realize this?
Well, as far as England's history is concerned, I mean, we were right little bastards. I mean, we've been at the throat of the Scots, we've been at the throat of the Welsh, the Irish. We just wanted to control everything, because of this royal hierarchy.
It was the royalty thing, yeah.
Yeah.
The hierarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's, it's for God and Queen and, and country, blah, 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 And then, so, you got, I mean, the war that we've had with Scotland. How long ago was it, Scott? Can you remember?
Oh, jeez.
It's a while ago.
Yeah.
But even now, even today, there's jokes that come up.
I know. I wanted to ask who won. It's not.
No.
No.
Well, clearly
Well,
the English.
The Battle of Bannockburn, Kent, was
Yeah.
on the 23rd to the 24th of June, 1334.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was just the Battle of Bannockburn.
That one,
But
yeah.
That was a big one, that one.
And what was that about for us that don't know, Scotty?
That was all to do with, it was probably the biggest loss, I think it was, of people. Is that right, Kent, as far as Scottish people went? I can't remember exactly what we
It was
got
a
told all
bloodbath.
this. It was crazy.
It was a bloodbath, yeah.
You know, I sent you guys the photos of Wallace's monument.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is very close to the fields where the Battle of Bannockburn were fought. And it was a complete bloodbath. England won, but kind of didn't. It was weird, Kent, the way it all ended up. Like, William Wallace ended up getting chopped up into bits and basically put to the four corners of Britain.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a really crazy time.
But, England
and
had
it
even had...
has for decades, centuries, created.
Well, England
this
was
sort of
having
Scotland,
wars
England
with
divide,
different
but it's gone
counties
now.
within its own country.
Yeah.
It's everybody trying to find their feet, I suppose.
Ayer says that was because the Scots and Brits' houses got married.
Yeah, there was something about that, wasn't there? Yeah.
What was that, sorry?
Ayer says that's because the Scots and the Brit houses got married.
Yeah. I mean, we've had a war with Germany
Yeah.
a couple of times before the World Wars. We've had wars with France. We were going around kicking shit up everywhere. And we were technically, I suppose you could say, technically, we kind of ruled practically the planet at one point. But we had to wind our necks in because a tiny little island cannot control an entire planet.
Mm-hmm.
And we started to get our asses kicked big time. I mean, we practically owned India for a while.
You know what country I think has got it right? Is Australia.
Really?
Yep.
But they're so westernized. Like how
I think
so?
they've got it
Well,
right.
because apart from the Aborigines, everybody's from everywhere else. But mostly here, because we used to send all our prisoners there.
But they are so strict on. They are not racist as a country. They will let anyone in, but you've got to be able to work, no matter what ethnicity, what background you've got. You're not allowed in unless you've got work or you've got a trade that you can give something back to that country when you move in. They don't just open their doors and let people flood in. They're very, very strict. And you never hear of Australia getting involved in any shit that goes on. They kind of just keep out of it all.
It's a very
And
laid-back country. It is.
very much so.
Well, China's been pressuring their waters for a long time, and they've been having some issues with that.
China.
But I always thought they had racial issues with the Aborigines, calling them not full human beings.
But that's from the movies you see.
Yeah.
What do you know about
that's what we
Australia
find out
other
through
than the
media.
movies you
Yeah.
see?
Yeah,
Be honest.
that's what I'm saying. I thought.
But that's what they want to portray. Now, I'm sure it exists.
I'm sure Ayer can give us some light on that.
Right. Which I kind of want to go back because Asif said some things and Scotty said something that drew attention to me is when my brother and I started this Symptoms of Reality, it's fun to see where it's come to and us going back to our roots and having you guys on this show. But it also, we also had plans to not talk about religion, not talk about politics. And I just want to say something. What if that was all part of the plan to keep people at war? Is because we saw the outcome when people talk politics and religion. We see the outcome almost 100% of the time. It's not great. People fall out. There's a disband. People hate each other. And we didn't want that for our channel. But
I see where you're going.
But we also let that stop us
Yeah. What happens when?
from talking about things like this.
What-
Like, what
yeah.
if that was the main plan, was to just get us to stop talking about it?
Or what happens
And-
when people can talk about it and have goddamn dignity and decency
and
about
still walk away and able to come back and call each other twats. So that's the thing I wasn't thinking about.
Right.
I was just so scared
So
of.
I really take offense when you call me a twat.
Right. I
Well,
know you do. You twat.
it? Get over it, get twat.
No, his full title is Bald Twat.
Bolt.
Right.
Yeah.
But what if that's it in itself?
Well,
And
it
he
makes
laughs,
makes
too.
three of us
Yeah,
at
yeah.
least.
Fake as well.
Shit.
Look.
I don't want to take my hat
Well,
off.
no,
Kent.
yeah,
Fuck.
God damn.
You zeroed in on us. But what if that's the reason why we didn't want to
twat.
put politics?
Yeah.
What if that's the reason why we didn't want to put politics into this? What if
We were so scared.
What if we let fear conquer
Right.
us into believing that humanity can't get it right here on our show?
Right.
That it is going to fail. Why did we give that so much power?
I see where you're going with that, my boy.
And it wasn't until like literally we had the conversation and then Sim summarized saying, "Hey, you guys are all getting along. You guys are doing good." Like now I'm starting to think, well,
Why can't we talk about this shit?
why can't we talk about politics and religion? Yeah, we're laymen. Yeah, we don't know much about it, but it shouldn't prevent us from
Having a conversation.
having a conversation about
It's your
it.
channel. You can speak about whatever the fuck you want.
Right?
Yeah.
I think it was we wanted to make it a universal place where everybody can come.
And we didn't want to piss
enjoy
anybody off.
conversation.
And if you,
But the thing is, people are entitled to their opinion. That doesn't mean they're pissed off. I think people will just. I've seen it all the way through this when you've been talking about this. Everyone's got different opinions.
Yeah.
Whether it be about the flag and like Cornish, I thought he had a really good point when we were speaking about the flags earlier. That he says, "I don't understand being proud of a place where you were born because it's not like it's something you've achieved."
Right.
That makes perfect sense to me.
Right.
Yeah.
But everyone's different, and that's the whole culture side of things as well as politics and. Yeah, I think it makes for interesting conversations personally, but
Yeah.
Well, a lot of diversity comes from history being manipulated to suit the listener. You know, so it's not about facts. They say, "Oh no, history is about facts." It's not. It's about having the right message. The classic example, 1066, Battle of Hastings, as 234 Cheat says. Battle of Hastings never happened. There was no battle in Hastings.
yeah,
It was up the road at a place called Battle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the
And
Battle
having
of
the Battle of Battle sounds stupid, so they said, "No, all right, let's just say it happened 20 miles down the road instead."
Right.
the Battle of Battle.
And you can look in any book you like, and it'll say the Battle of Hastings, 1066.
I think the history is crazy though in Europe. Like it's so
Mm.
like the United States is pretty easy. It's just so
But it's
new.
shorter, isn't it?
Yeah.
That helps.
But I look at when you start breaking down like going into tribal and stuff like that. It's just it's fascinating. It really is fascinating to me how the cultures emerged.
Well, we've got swords and castles in Scotland that are older than the USA.
Oh my god! I
Damn.
would love it. I would
Well,
sleep in there.
My nan's house was
Dark.
older than the USA.
Yeah, but was it as old as the
got
Indians?
concepts older.
Yeah,
than
yeah.
Oh,
the
no.
USA is a
And then they said-
concept, but
then
this
they were saying
land was
about the
already
Indians.
occupied by Indians.
Yeah, well, the Indians
We
didn't
don't
come from America.
Right.
Yeah.
They come across. Well, there used to be a land bridge between Russia and Alaska. And they supposedly have come across there.
I don't know about that, but I do know we came to this country and took over everything that was living and claimed it for ourselves.
I know there was a whole history before that.
Yeah,
Right.
Well,
I mean,
not-
yeah.
But it wasn't America.
It was
They
a
said
demarcation. Yeah, we
it was.
definitely-
It was called "Bring Smallpox and Rape the Buffalo."
Something I learned a couple of days ago. Somebody pointed it out, and it was very interesting. They said about the Indian, wearing a feather in their hat. In their hair, or on the band. Yeah, and it would have bits taken out, meant something, or if it was black at the top, or if it was tilted one way, it meant something else. And he pointed out that Pocahontas wears a feather that says that she killed someone and slit their throat. And that's what her feather means. But of course, Disney didn't do any research.
Oh,
They go,
of course
that's a
not.
nice feather.
Come on.
Yeah.
I've seen that in a painting. That looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, history can be bastardized, but the history that's the whole point of history. It's manipulated to
Right.
I mean, how much
send the
can you
right message.
trust? I mean, we tried our best to understand it, and then somebody comes back later and says, "Oh no, that's not what happened. Columbus was an asshole, and he did all that." And you're like, I don't know, man. We just had Columbus Day. We had this awesome story. He came over to boat. Now he's a bad guy. Probably was. Does that really change the story? It's just. But what's the truth? Who the hell knows?
Yeah.
And then someone says, "Oh, well, actually, it wasn't Columbus. It was this Vikings came." And
Right. It's just so all over the place.
it's all
like-
over the fucking
Yeah.
place.
Yeah.
You know?
And I'm a history buff, and I do like, a lot of things about history, but I think it's the one thing where it's literally always going to be the eye of the beholder. It's just going to be subjective.
yeah, there's a certain
And it
amount.
shouldn't be.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be. That's what's
No, history is altered to fit the narrative.
You would
Always, and always has been.
And it's how you remember
Yeah.
how to get better.
Yeah. I'm going to change gears here real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, fine.
So I'm going to shoot a question out.
Shoot
And
it to
this-
Doommonger first, because I want to.
Let's go to
hear
Doom
him.
first.
From the
Okay.
hip.
What
He's
was
been
the?
very quiet.
He has
Yeah.
been.
I love it though.
Let's
Here
break
he
him.
goes.
He's listening. Beware of the man who
Yeah,
listens
he's
and doesn't
listening.
speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Doom, here's the question. What was the happiest moment of your life to the date?
Is he even here?
Good question.
No, he
Ah!
Oh, see there?
Yeah. You're still coming in a little low, Doom.
Yeah, you're very quiet, dude.
Hang on a minute. Hang
Your
on,
name's
hang on.
Doom. Come on.
1 second.
No, take your time, dude. We got all night.
Yeah, it's a tough. we got the rest of our lives.
Oh shit.
So fucked up.
We've got the rest of our lives. Oh,
Doom, you
Doom,
sick.
hurry up.
Doom, you're a sick fucker. You know that? You're one sick fuck. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello.
You're still very quiet.
He's working on it. He's
Yeah,
working.
he's
on
working on it.
He's working on it. He's working on an answer.
I'm thinking.
it. He's winding up the mic as we
Yeah,
speak.
You know
He's
what?
thinking.
You know what? I do because that I caught him off guard. Probably caught a lot of people off guard from one extreme to another, which is good. At least
Ask him
he's
the
thinking.
question again in case his brain wasn't in it.
Happiest moment
I
of your
can't-
life.
I can't really say there's one happiest moment because there's many, isn't there, through your life?
Name one that stands out. That
Yeah, the one
memory
that, the
memory
first thing that pops
favors.
into your head.
Yeah.
It's a difficult question, that.
It
Yeah,
is.
it's a hard
Yes,
one.
it is.
It's a
It
hard
is.
one. I don't know. I'm
As he's
lost.
doing that, I'm
I'm lost.
thinking about mine as he and I'm coming.
Right.
I'm struggling.
Yeah.
I could take a one. I'll give you one.
Go.
Go for it.
Well, everybody's. So I was probably a teenager. I was a teenager, definitely.
It's when he got his hole the first
And
time.
I had fallen in love with this. I'd fallen in love with this. Oh, come on.
Fuck, Scott.
I'm not telling you.
Sorry,
Twatty
Dave.
Scotty.
Sorry, Dave.
This moment of my life.
Twatty Scotty to the rescue once
Right
again.
now.
I'm sorry, Dave. It was just because you
couldn't help
started
him.
that. I was a teenager.
Now.
He couldn't help himself. Jergens
Poor
lotion
David. He
was
was
the
being all serious
happiest.
and everything.
Yeah. Vaseline was the happiest thing I found in my life.
He's awake.
Now it's not sore anymore.
Story time.
Oh my God, it feels so good.
Shit.
Sorry,
On
Dave.
Super TV. That's not part of the story.
Oh.
Okay.
Now I have to really live up to this moment.
Go
Okay.
for it now. Come on.
All right, so I fell in love. What was that, about 15, 16? Yeah, 16.
Mhm.
It lasted, I don't know, a couple months, and then got dumped, and that was fine. But it wasn't. So I was one of those people that I would not date anybody else, right? And even at one point, this girl had called me up with her friend, said, my friend likes you. We're trying to find, do you like her? And I said, no, I don't. I like you, right?
hmm
And we weren't dating anymore. That was the end of the call, pretty much.
Mm.
So there was a big party in the neighborhood, relatively close. And we had a pretty wide swath of area that we all came from, maybe 15, 20 miles, right? Kind of country-ish, but not too country. So I was looking for, I was 16. I loved these parties, loved them, right? And this was in my neighborhood. So this is like incredible. But I didn't go. Because I knew she was going to be there, right? That's how deep I was into this. I stayed home. I never stayed home. And I was sitting there watching TV. It's around 10 o'clock, 10:30. It's a knock on the door. And she shows up, right? She's walked half a mile to my house with her friend. Same friend. She said, come on, we're going to the party together. And I was so stunned, right? I was so happy. Like, I couldn't even believe it. it was like my dream, like my life had just re-emerged, right? And I remember the walk back. I remember that day, that night, like it was yesterday. Um, and I definitely think of when I think of like the happiest moment. Maybe I shouldn't have been the happiest because maybe I should have moved on. Didn't end up working out. But for that moment, it was like, wow, maybe if I'm patient enough, maybe things do work out, you know.
Hmm.
And yeah, that's mine, man. I think about that from time
Wow.
to time because I felt like it was like a miracle. It felt like a miracle. It did not seem even possible.
Hmm.
You know, I was going to sit there all night and suffer, you know, but through that suffering, I showed some sort of, I guess, you know, commitment, you know, that I was serious. So, yeah, that's mine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Great
mine are my kids.
Oh, I know. I could do
I
a lot with those two.
watching both of my kids being born. That's something that with the ex-wife that we may have not seen eye to eye, but we produced some very wonderful kids. And the happiest time in my life was to be able to just hold them as babies and watch them grow
Mm.
to become where they are now. And I can look at them and go, yeah, they are 100% their dad. You know, as far as the way they think, how compassionate they are, how they show empathy, how they have this different outlook because I've instilled to them some of my values, but I'm also watching how they take some of my shit and infuse it with their life understanding. So I'm going to say, believe me, there's a lot of things that I'm happy about,
No,
a lot. But that
Yeah.
right there, just because I was able to create that,
Hmm.
is probably for me is the most happiest thing ever.
did you have your first child in the hospital?
We had both of them.
You can remember everything, can't you?
Everything. I remember the
Remember
conversation I had
strokes.
with the doctor. I told
Yeah.
him, could he go ahead and put an extra stitch in there, go ahead and make that a little bit more tighter for me, please, doc. And I remember him having this huge laugh, and he said, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And I was just like, yes, those are some of life questions.
Well, yeah, my wife had to do a C-section, and I can
Oh.
remember that they left, right? And it was just
Mhm.
me. They left me in this room. They said, "Go ahead and get your scrubs on." And I can remember sitting there, and I can remember that walk down the hall.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like
Mm.
that. So I could imagine what that was like.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. It's nothing like it, really.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
um, that's an awesome one. Yeah,
Come on, Doom. What you got, bud?
yeah. You got some tough ones, man. First love, fucking
Hmm.
first child. You gotta deliver.
No,
Make it
no,
up. I don't give a shit.
no children.
Mm.
It's all right.
I don't know. It's hard, isn't it?
It is.
It's hard.
Your first motorbike.
When I passed my test, was it good? You know,
What test?
my motorbike test.
Oh,
I could-
okay.
When I could finally ride a full size motorbike
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
was because I thought it was a good achievement to pass my test as well. You know.
Hmm.
Did you have doubts you weren't going to do it?
Yeah, for years and years and years, I'd never been able to afford to do it.
Mm.
Okay.
And then finally, after saving up for a long time, finally did it.
That's an accomplishment, and it took some discipline to, one, get your mind manifested, two, to save the money, and three, to actually apply all of those things you have worked yourself up to, and then pass the ultimate test.
Right.
Man, that sounds like life.
It does.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you could have failed. That you put all that into it, and there's that moment where it's pass or fail.
Mhm.
It's and it is awesome when you pass. You know.
Yeah, any kind of road test, full stop, because it's so cut and dry.
It is.
It's
You're either getting in your car and driving home, or you're fucking walking.
And that's the
and
flex.
my first car test, I walked.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it was well, what I was told by my instructor, because he put me in for the same test, my driving test again the following week, and I passed. But I don't know whether it's the same in the States, but the adjudicators, the guys that do the tests, certainly up in Scotland, if they have too many passes within a certain amount of time, they get tested themselves. So they've got to have a certain percentage of failures, so they don't get tested themselves. And my instructor, Frank, said to me, "You've just been one of the unlucky ones," because I remembered the junction that the guy said to me that I'd pulled out on at this T junction, and he says there was a guy on a push bike, and I stopped him, like the adjudicator, and I says, "I seen him." I says he had a green bag on his back. It was getting to twilight time. I says he didn't have lights on his bike, and he says, "Yeah, but you pulled out the junction, went up to 30 miles an hour." And he had to brake. And I said, no, he didn't have to brake, because I looked in my rear view mirror and I seen him, and he was still miles behind me, because that's what I was always taught, is don't overweight, because you can fail for overweighting. If you think it's safe to get out and get up to speed, do that, get up to your 30 and drive on. And I'd done all this, but the guy still failed me. But I got put in for my second test a week later with that same adjudicator guy.
Oh,
I was like, no, fucking Mr. Monroe, his name was. I'll never forget it. But what ended up happening was I got down the high street in a small town called Forfar. It's Strathmore Springs, where the Strathmore Springs water comes from. And there was an Arctic lorry trying to reverse into this factory. So I basically had to stop to let this Arctic lorry in front of me reverse into this factory, and I'm sat, and this Arctic lorry driver could not get this reversing right, and he was out, he was in, he was out, he was in. Now at that time back then, your test was only 30 minutes maximum. I sat there for 20 minutes, and I said to the guy, "What can I do?" And he says, "There's nothing you can do, you just have to sit and wait." So I basically went from the test station down to this set of traffic lights where this truck was reversing in, sat there for 20 minutes, went back along one road, up another, back along another road, and back to the test centre, and that was my test over.
oh, damn.
I was like, get in.
So that would account for one of Scotty's happiest fucking moments of his life.
Yeah, absolutely. But when I came back from my first test, my papers and everything just got launched across my mum and dad's living room. My dad went, "Oh, you failed then." Yeah. So angry, and it's such a big thing when you're 17. But when you look back on it, it's like, is it really that important? But it was at the time. Yeah, it was because all your friends are passing their test, and you just want to get out in a car.
Yeah, and you want to just be, like them. You want to be,
Yeah.
you don't want to fall behind. You know,
Yeah,
it's
you
terrifying. You
You
know,
look forward to the freedom, I think, as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of
scared
your
of falling
first
behind.
step into being an adult.
Yeah.
Right.
even though I almost wrecked my car the first time I took it solo. Took my dad's car out. I almost got rear-ended. I had
Fucking Newton's law.
Yep.
Yeah.
that would have been a mess.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been.
What about you, Kent?
Come on,
Happy-
Kent. We know he's gonna deliver, man.
Yeah, he's going to
gonna
deliver
be
big
good.
time.
I bet Kent has a lot.
Oh, he's got some shit.
I was about 18.
There we go.
Whoa, hold on.
I was walking back from work, and I come into the kitchen. My mum was sitting at the table, and it was quite a warm day, I remember. And I said to her, I said, "Is there any ice cream in the freezer?" And she went, "Yeah." She goes, "There's a tub in there." I went, "Oh, brilliant, okay." She goes, "I think it's butterscotch." I went, "Oh, okay, all right, fair enough, whatever." And I went to the fridge, I opened it up, and it was chocolate.
And that was your favorite because you love fucking chocolate.
I was so happy.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I haven't got one. I can't think of one. I can't think of one.
I'm waiting for it to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
I did.
No, honestly,
I immediately picked up on Kent's bullshit.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
No,
well,
honestly,
look at how Kent grew up. First off,
Yeah.
if you know his
Yeah.
story
Right.
on how he grew up, that was everything.
That was everything. That chocolate ice cream was fucking everything.
The fact there was a tub of ice cream in there. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. That was,
And
that was
chocolate.
Like, yeah, that was pinnacle. It's like Christmas.
Yeah.
Happiest moment.
That was everything for you, sir.
I tell you what, I must admit, as cliche as this sounds, but I remember being so happy when I found that there was this CS80 for sale for £400 in the Loot, and my I had my holiday pay, and everything was just timed beautiful, and I asked my nanny if I could borrow 60 quid off her to make this 400 quid, and she went, yeah, fine, and I rode down there quickly, grabbed the 60 quid and come back. Phoned this bloke up and said, I'm interested in your CS80, is it still for sale? And he goes, yes, still got it. And I said, well, I'll have it then at 400. And he went, okay, where do you live? I'll drop it round. And there I was with this CS80, this thing I had thought about since I was 15, hearing it on records and stuff, and thought one day, it's the price. It was the same price as the house I lived in when it was new. And here I was with this thing in the front room, in front of me.
Yeah, pretty
And
awesome, eh?
I was a dog with two dicks, honestly.
Yeah.
I stayed up all night looking at it because it didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Hence being 400 quid. And I just was like, wow,
Yeah, go pick up my dog.
I own a CS80.
Okay.
And now I know it sounds a bit sort of like, yeah, come on, it's just an item, it's a, material gain and all the rest of it. But no, seriously, I dreamt of having one
Right.
for years, Thought I'd never, ever have one. And there it was, sitting on the floor in front of me.
Damn.
That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like it'll be. I mean, at that point in time, that was everything.
Yeah. Yeah. And it started me down this road of, repairing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little did you know back then, Ken, when you think about it. how
Well, it came in very
bad, eh?
handy because when the agoraphobia really hit hard, it was really handy to have this thing to fall back on. So it's kind of constantly kept giving because you can trace everything back to me buying this broken CS80.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't think I have any children. Might possibly have one.
Oh, that's crazy.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think. But
Just to think that you might have a kid out there.
yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
He does. His name's Hans.
Yeah.
And his father, give me some of your money, please.
Yeah, mine is it's a chain link.
Yeah.
So the happiest moment was when I divorced my last wife. And
We don't know that yet.
And the reason the reason isn't like a typical reason. It's a reason of synchronicity and things that would be in my fate.
Yeah.
And that one decision that I made in my life led to me not finishing the Sheriff's Academy when I only had 2 weeks left to graduate to follow my brother's shoes.
Yeah.
It led to my brother meeting someone while he was a deputy in California who led him or who gave him some information about a farrier truck that was built on correcting horses and lameness, and those trucks just didn't open up to anyone. And it led me there right after I left the Sheriff's Academy.
Yeah.
And I sat in that man's truck for 2 years. And then that action also led me to meeting Marilyn,
Yeah.
which is like one of the happiest days of my life in our early relationship when we were just figuring each other out.
Yeah.
And she understood why I had trust issues with women, and she understood what I wanted to do with my life. And then that happiness led me to, I would say, the thing that stands out the fucking most for me, and I keep replaying it in my head over and over and over again. It was like my dream literally had came true, just to go back onto the earlier thought process. My brother and I were sent out to Wyoming on the prospect of an area to live and start the farrier business.
Yeah.
I just acquired all the knowledge I could about correcting horses. We meet a vet. Her favorite horse, they were going to put this horse in the ground because no one can figure out why it was hurt and why it didn't want to move. And they tried everything. So they thought. And my brother and I got there, and it was the farrier team. It was the first legit family ran business. And we saw that horse, and she said, "Can you fix it now?" I remember this fucking conversation vividly. And I said, "Oh, I've seen this before." Like literally my mentor had just dealt with the issue, mimicked the exact issue. And I said, and I tried not to get so excited. And I said, I looked at my brother and I said, "I could fix this." We were outside of the facility.
Yeah.
And he was on one side of the truck and I was on the other, and we both had our arms on the toolbox thinking, you know, what we were going to do. And I was like, man, I can fix this. But we got to hope there's a shoeing shop near here that has the appropriate shoe. And lo and behold, one of the staff members came out and said, "Yeah, there's a shoeing shop in town, no more than 5 minutes away. I can hop in the car and take you guys there." And we were like, "What?" So she hopped in and she took us there, and they had pretty much everything I needed. Even if we had to go into hand making the actual shoe, like just blacksmithing the shoe, which would have took forever. And I was hoping, because I didn't have all that experience just like that. But we both went in there and I was like, man, we just need an aluminum wedge 2 degree shoe and we can fix this horse. And then Lamar said, well, we should probably put him in pads too, because the horse was god awful sensitive. You remember this?
100%.
And I go, oh yeah, let's put the pads on too.
Yeah.
Because there was mud out there, and if you put a horse in mud, the shoe would get sucked off, right?
Yeah.
So we went back, and I could see it in these vets' eyes, like they've been through this before. No one's going to fix this horse. So we went there, and I told the lady, I said, let me see the x-rays. She showed us the x-rays. I had clarification that, yes, the navicular bone was shit, and this is going to get this horse up off the bone.
Yeah.
And we applied it, and I told the vet who owned the horse, it's going to get worse before it gets better. So go ahead and give the horse any pain meds you want. But you'll notice the horse is going to start moving, and it's going to get better. So my brother and I left back to California. We were literally waiting on these vets to call us saying something, whether it didn't work, something, because we were looking to move somewhere where we can start the business. And we were all kind of hoping it was Wyoming. And sure as shit, I think maybe a week went by. We get a phone call from the vet. Or Marilyn got a phone call from the vet.
Yeah.
And she told Marilyn, whatever they did worked. This horse is running around
Nice.
this 4-acre little parcel, and it hasn't ran in years. And it's happy. We stopped all pain meds, and this horse is just having a blast. when can you guys move here? We'll keep you busy. And that's what we wanted to hear. That's what started the campaign. It took all of those things to transpire, to get the business off the ground, to get someone to trust us. And the most important thing is that horse was pain fucking free. And we saw the tears, and can you recall the tears in that horse's eyes when we were showing him? And you were banging on the shoes?
It was the stress.
It was the stress. His tear ducts were just constantly wet and dirty.
And his eyes were red. But when he got that relief after we left and he was able to take sound steps, I knew then.
It was like, oh, we might have done it. But we didn't know.
Yeah, we didn't know for sure.
We didn't know. But when she said pain-free, no meds, I was like, fuck, I could do this. It gave me so much more confidence in myself to go, oh, yeah, we could do this. We got this. And I think we continued to do that horse for 3 more years before ultimately died of natural causes.
But that horse was the most comfortable horse
up until that day.
Excellent.
That's crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy how things unfold.
Yeah.
The old gods, yeah. How something can just lead to something else is quite bizarre.
Right?
Synchronicity at its finest, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the definition of synchronicity. That you got to give. You have to let go of certain things in your life. You just got to completely let go and trust in something.
Well, it's like last week. You picked names out of a hat.
Mm-hmm.
And I was picked into a team. And then I speaking to the guy, one of the guys in the team, and it turns out he's really good at programming.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about the anaglyph sense design, and he said that he would be able to write the software for it, and because of that, the anaglyph might be back on now.
Yay!
Damn.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but it came from picking names out of a hat. You wouldn't. The connection is, you know, you just never know.
Like, what are the chances? I mean,
Yeah.
do you believe in the coincidence, though, Kent? Like, can you chalk it up as a coincidence, or is synchronicity at play? Is it things
It's
that
kind
are
of a
set up
fate,
for
isn't
us?
it? It's a kind of the word we give it is fate, but it could be a synchronicity. It could be at the universal level, or it's nuanced. It's really hard to say.
So I strongly believe in laws of attraction.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
we've seen this happen. I mean, like here, we've seen this happen. It happens on the pub as well.
Mhm.
I mean, you know, everybody knows. I swear like a fucking docker, right? And then I have people who come into the pub regularly, who, I mean, in over a year, I've never heard him say a single swear word, because he doesn't. He just doesn't swear. And he's quite a religious person and everything like that. But he's still part of that community, even though, you know, we're absolutely chalk and cheese. You know, and you know, it happens. It happens. You know, you put your feelers out into the ether, and people are attracted to it. Just happens. And then from that, other things can happen. Because you've clearly got like-minded people in a group.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, because people are communicating on a similar level, yeah, stuff can happen from that as well. Absolutely. So, I mean, you know, all of us, I mean, we've talked about, you know, our lives in various levels and stuff like that. And on the surface, everybody looks like they're having a normal life. You know, everybody's, you know, just everybody else is just the same, you know. They go, well, you know, my life, you know, blah, and their lives are all lovely and shiny and everything looks cool and all the rest of it. And then when you scratch away at the surface, and you're finding things, people are suffering from the same things you are,
Yeah.
or have views on things that are the same that you have, you know, and you think I thought I was the only person that thought that, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's just weird the way, you know, if it's supposed to happen, it will happen.
Right.
Like that, taken from what you said there, Kent, like how big nowadays is fucking anxiety and depression, and it's fucking it's rife. It's like a disease that just seems to be getting more and more and more prevalent in society. And why is that? Is it the peer pressure?
Look at the speed that people live at now.
Yeah.
There's no
Nobody
time to reflect. There's no time to stop and consider your choices. It's just keep going.
Yeah.
You know? And you know, it's like, you know, I've heard quite a few people say, "Oh, when I was young, there was no such thing as ADHD." They go, "No, because they hadn't given it a name."
Mm-hmm.
They go, "Oh, you know, he couldn't cope." You know?
Yeah, Tausife's got a point there, the internet. I wouldn't so much say the internet, I would more say social media, I think, is quite a bad one.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
but also
I
the
agree.
way news is presented now.
Yeah.
Right, they go, right, we've got to go for the worst common denominator possible because we're trying to get people's attention. And, you know, if you go anywhere near the news, it's just doom and gloom every single day.
Yeah.
You don't get a happy story on the front page.
I think the internet used in such a way that we are now using it, where people are actually physically communicating. Yes, you're looking at a screen, but you're fucking talking to each other.
Yep.
Rather than typing out messages and things getting misread. And then you got all these keyboard warriors that would say shit on their phones that they would never say in real life to people.
Right.
And that now goes all the way from school, when kids are now getting
Bullied.
cell phones at school.
Yeah.
And we thought we had it hard at school. But when you got bullied at school, you got bullied to your face. And then when you got home, you could switch off from that bullying, albeit, it still affected your
Because
brain.
if they're
or
not
whatever.
around, it's not affecting you.
Exactly.
Yep.
But these kids cannot get away from it
No.
now.
Right. Why do you
must be
think?
fucking torture?
Why do you think it is that the media just wants to pump negativity and not positivity all day?
Again, I think it's what we were talking about yesterday, the whole trying to be the leader of a pack, if you like. The whole, what was it we were speaking about yesterday? Your ego.
Oh, the ego.
It's egos. At the end of the day, it's ego that causes all bullying, because whoever's causing that bullying doesn't want to make themselves look like they're weak. So they will bully that person because everyone thinks it's great when they're bullying it and he's got his little clan round about him. But no one thinks about the person that's been bullied's ego.
But what to what end is this to go? What's the benefit of pumping 24/7 doom and gloom?
Well, it sells
benefit?
papers.
Well, that's it, yeah.
It's money again.
No one's interested in happy stories for some reason. Is that is
Yeah,
that a
but why
human
is that? Why
it must
is
be
that?
a human nature thing.
You really
I
think
think
it's
so.
human nature, or is
Well,
it?
you know what
is
it
it
is?
taught to us?
No, I think it's because if everything that we read is really bad, our lives aren't quite so bad,
Damn.
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Yeah. Also, it's based around getting your attention as well.
So you saying you can't do that with positive talk, positive reinforcement,
No.
love?
No. We've become a society that's not really bothered about it. Seriously. We're more interested in, like, you know, the guy that got blown up, you know, the mass shooting, the building that collapsed, the train that crashed.
Prometheus said, "I'd be happy with good news."
Oh, yeah, no. Oh, we
So
would.
would I be, but I personally would be happier with honest news.
Yeah. Oh, good luck.
Yeah, it's never going to happen.
No. I mean, it has become across many platforms now almost farcical
Yeah,
how some news is presented.
yeah.
Yeah.
And we see it every day. We see it every single day.
And the papers get away with literally murder.
Yeah.
We've
Well, the news
seen,
stations do as well now. don't they?
yeah, we've seen so many TV presenters over here that have been so heavily dragged across the coals
Yeah.
for minor things that they've done, but because they're famous, the papers jump on them, and the next thing you know, they've committed suicide because they can't take it, because they've went from this fame status to the papers, every paper, every day, their face is on the front page. Oh, this has happened, she said this, or he said that, or we've lost so many people in the UK down to the newspapers just constantly barraging. There needs to be some sort of law with that, because that is legalised bullying to the point of where people are killing themselves.
Right.
It's just fucking wrong.
Yeah, those sort of bodies are not in place anymore.
No.
Yeah, you'll never see breaking news. Rich man is giving homeless people shelters, or,
Yeah.
picking people off the streets and putting money in their pockets and trying to help them get better lives. And
Yeah, but I mean, this is how woke got so much traction, because if you break wokeness down to its bare bones, it's people who are unhappy with their own lives and like to be bossy.
yeah,
So when a company, for instance, like Disney, that releases a film and they do a woke thing about it, they're empowered by that
yeah.
because
They're also
they feel that
feeding off
they've
of-
made that happen.
That's what he's
But-
saying.
but
They've
yeah.
made that happen.
Yeah, and they're feeding
Yeah.
off those people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to
Which
try
is
to make a fucking monetary
yeah.
gain off
Which is
of
a
it.
Yeah,
minority of people.
As an
you know?
example, go on YouTube now and you can see a million videos without any trouble of Karens. Like the Karen that stopped on the bridge and wouldn't let any other cars pass for some bizarre reason, whatever it might be. But she's been empowered. She's holding everybody else up. You know, the woman screaming and shouting at somebody for something ridiculous. Like whatever it may be, and it's a kind of empowerment. But it was something that never used to be around before.
Right.
You know, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, somebody, you had some woman screaming in your face like that over something really nonsensical. You might end up slapping her in her face and tell her to go fuck herself. But it doesn't happen now. Instead, they film it and let her continue and then put it up on YouTube. And, it just gets, it's just all the technologies help to shape how humans react with each other. It's all intermingled. And
It's-
because at the top of the chain, again, it's about money. As long as it's making money, it goes on. It carries on.
Yeah, and how often do you see when there's something that's happened, whether it may be someone getting screamed at in a street, or there's a fight kicks out, or there's a car crash, or there's a kid that's just been run over. The first thing people do is pick up their phone because they might just get that viral video out of that.
Right.
And I'm like, what the fuck? Go and help.
Yeah.
Why would you? What part of your brain says, "Oh, I need to record this"?
No, I'd rather
What
get
the
notoriety. I want notoriety and fame for this. I can go viral, Scotty,
Yeah.
by watching you die.
Crazy.
It's like these people who do all these crazy things to get more likes
Yeah.
on YouTube. It doesn't really carry any value.
No.
I mean, there's some really vacuous dickheads on YouTube. They've got like 20 million views and everything. So they've got all the discs up on the wall and everything, and they're talking about shit that changes nothing and is not important.
Right.
And it doesn't matter how vacuous it is. It's about making money.
Yeah.
Again,
Steve,
always money.
Yep, the root of all evil. Steve Elbow says the woke thing isn't one single phenomenon. It's a lot of different stuff, and the label often don't help. That's a 100% fact right there. And Jet
Yeah.
says, "Stay woke" was originally about Jim Crow laws and voting rights.
Right.
Yeah.
And it starts off as a good idea or for something that has major purpose. And then you get the right entity to take the word, spin it for something else.
Yeah.
just like most ideas, they start off grand and right until something or someone comes along.
Oh, and Steve just hit that, and he said, "This is toward Jack. It isn't good when the history of people's struggles get lost in modern interpretations. Ain't that some shit?"
Yeah.
Yeah. But like they always said, wasn't it? I mean, it's been a saying for Christ knows how long. The fastest thing on the planet, nothing can travel faster than bad news.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you're right.
And that's what it's all about, because it's about the shock element.
Yeah.
And it sells papers, it's money. And in the media, it's about, ooh, look what I found out first before you.
Yeah, let's make it a story before.
And finding out before the other person is
Yeah,
what is
exactly.
important.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that some shit? Like 30 years ago when the plane went down,
Yeah.
they didn't wait to tell the families, right? Your loved one has been lost. Now families found out about it because they wanted to be the first one to put it in the fucking news.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was such a rush just to get notoriety from other people's downfall.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is now. Like people are like what Scotty just said. It's not about that for some people, I don't care about your human life. I'm trying to get this shit on TikTok first.
Yeah.
Do you guys believe in the snowball effect where little conversations like this actually help in the long run?
I think so.
Yes.
would
The
say, yeah.
speed of that improvement and help is not very fast, but yes. And ultimately the answer is yes.
Yeah, I'm optimistic. I think if it's not spoken about, it's lost. You've lost a moment in your life where you could have made a difference. Even if you don't have a dollar to your name, if you can put out a positive action and hope for a positive outcome, that's part of it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be this grandiose big thing that has to happen. I think it has to be a bunch of this, a bunch of little micro spots that pop up all over the world that has a snowball effect into taking this society into the direction it needs to go. I remain optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, there's always going to be elements within society that would fight against it tooth and nail. And there's no way of separating that. If there was a way of separating it, things get a lot easier for everybody.
Kind of makes me wonder, and I always reflect back on it. I'm like, for me personally, I'm kind of sold on it. It's is this physical life designed to be just that? Is this physical life a test of your measure? Is it a test of the soul to come here and experience an earthly life?
It could be. For all we know, it's just part of a training program. You know, you just don't, and because we don't know, not really, truly know, because we haven't experienced it. We just deal with it day by day and just hope for the best all the time.
Like, hear me out. Fathom this with me, boys. Let's just say it's real. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
The four of us, we had lives outside this physical life, and there was this meeting ground. Okay?
Yeah.
And let's just say some of our good friends went and did the Earth experience, and they said, holy shit. And we could physically tell that their aura and their enlightenment has been upgraded. And they came back with this wondrous story. Like, you'll forget everything here, you guys. You'll forget all that you know. And you go to this place called Earth, and it is one of the most challenging things you'll ever do. Like, you forget about everything, and you're tested. Your soul is tested.
Yeah.
I think
Your
guys
morals are tested.
Right. And I think you guys should go. And I'll look at my brother and I'll say, we're going to go down as twins. And I'll look at Scotty and Kent and Doom and say, hey, in our 40s or wherever this time bracket is, we'll meet up and we'll remind ourselves some sort of way that we signed up for this shit. And we'll just see where we are in our lives at this point and what we've experienced.
Yeah.
And
some went down sooner than others.
yeah, some left sooner than others, but hey, we're here. Now, hear me out.
Wouldn't it be brilliant if it ended up that you get back and you find out that it was actually this game show you'd entered?
Oh my!
Now that's where I was getting back to. Ken.
Yeah.
And you just jumped my fucking shark.
Yeah, I know.
So
Did I win?
Yes.
No.
So let me finish. Let me finish.
Sorry.
So we're here now, and now we've reminded ourselves, and this goes for everyone in chat. We all signed up to be here at this place to remind ourselves. Ayer, you remember this? Chrome, Prometheus. At this point in time, remember this shit. So fast forward, we all go back to the other side at our respective times of exit.
Yeah.
And let's just say 100 years from now, where we've all successfully exited, we're at this new meeting ground, the other side, and we go, wasn't that a fucking shit show? I was so tied into it where I actually believed
Almost like a VR game.
I was stressed out.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that a plausibility?
I think
Is
I
that
think
possible?
If we're plausible, anything's plausible.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's kind of just fried my head.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, another eye opener.
We're inventing VR headsets inside a VR game.
Right.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Breaking the simulation.
But let's just say this VR headset has been around for millennia.
Right.
And it's the ultimate VR. You can actually feel pain. You can actually ejaculate. You can actually fucking go down and do these things.
Well, it would be exactly the same as coming out from under anesthesia, wouldn't it?
It would.
You've got this mad, real thing going on in your head, and you feel like you've always been there, and you've always been doing whatever it is you're doing in this unconscious state, and then you come round and go, oh yeah, I'm in a dentist. Oh yeah, of course, right. And just dispel everything. You'll forget that.
Yeah.
Because I was off my tits.
Right.
And it could, be like that. But if it is like some sort of endurance game show that we're in, and then everybody else in the universe is watching us now.
Which is a lot to watch. It's like billions of us, right?
I mean, but has everyone here ever had this overwhelming feeling that there's something greater than you watching you and slightly judging you? It's not scary. It's not scary. But have you ever had this overwhelming feeling like I'm being observed in some
it's mainly
shape,
because
form?
when you look at the size of the Earth and you look at the size of the universe, you go, come on.
Yeah.
You go, it seems like an awful waste of space.
Right.
You know?
Why all of
what the
this?
fuck is it? And like like I've said before, they talk about the universe, and and with this tiny little thing in the universe. And I go, yeah, but if you're going from the Earth out like that, everything is inside everything else. So what is the universe in?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And I go, and the general consensus is, it goes on forever because it helps kind of answer the question. But it's not answering the question.
No,
It's
because
not.
if it
It's
goes
just
on
giving you a
forever,
bullshit answer. Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
right. If space goes on forever, how can I have a distance between my two fingers?
How can there be a beginning and an end?
How can there be a point and another point if it goes on forever? It can't go on forever. It has to donk, and then so what's that in? I've often thought about that. I
forgot what physicists
why?
said that universes could be in practical bubbles.
Or like
Yeah.
donut type, like a donut type shape, where there's a hole in the center, and then there's a structure around that hole that's a complete circle.
Yeah.
So it could go on forever in its own confines if you just keep making the circle within that internal tube per se. But
It's the same
it
as
still has a confine.
Right, but and it's the same as a human.
There's a border.
It's the same as a human white cell and the blood cell.
Right.
They have purpose. Are they conscious? But if they have purpose and they're doing the purpose, does it make that cell inside of our body conscious? And is it consciousness enough to know that it knows it's in a body and wonders what's outside of the body.
Or it has to do its job, or it doesn't have a body to live in. I, too, as a red cell or a white cell, want to have a job and live.
Right. So how far does it go?
The same for bacteria. I can't eat this body. I just can't eat this entire. I can only eat certain portions of this body. But we cannot eat the entire body, or we don't have a body to live within. And you would have to think on a nano level, that's consciousness. It's aware of its job. It's aware of what it has to do. Maybe it doesn't have the overall notion that we have, but maybe it's aware of its mortality. If I do too much or too little, I cannot exist.
Yeah. Well, that, it's the same. We can only define things based around our own existence. Like we say, we have sentience and a rock doesn't. But all we're saying is we are what we are, and a rock is just a bit of stone because we're incapable of seeing anything beyond that.
Right. God damn, Kent, you just
So you
fucked
can only
me up.
compare. You can only compare things to yourself. Now, if we don't fully understand ourselves, how the fuck can we understand anything else around us?
Yes.
Oh, that's very true.
Yes.
So I
Good
don't know.
night, Prometheus.
Night,
Well-
Prom.
Tracker said nested dimensions.
What does he mean by that?
And then Ayer says, oh, you guys haven't heard of the Bell paradox. For there is no distance. And then math, of course, Chrome is always like, infinity is great math. What the hell is the Bell paradox? What are we missing there? Somebody's going to have to fucking Google that shit.
Square root of 69 is 8 something. Yes, sir. It is eating something.
Yes, it is eating something.
You have to be on that paradigm Chrome is on to understand chromology.
Yeah. But this thing about believing your eyes. I mean, it's flawed. It is flawed because you can watch a guy. You've seen it. It's probably a video on YouTube of it, and the guy sort of like got his hands like that, and he just pulls his finger off, and it's gone, and then he puts it on the side of his hand over here. Seen it? It's
No.
a trick, but what you're seeing is he's taking his finger off and put it on the side of his hand, and then goes and puts it back again.
So illusion.
Illusion. So
Smoke and mirrors.
and we're trusting what our eyes see,
So we're
which is
living
already flawed because technically our eyes see everything upside down and our brain has to correct it.
So Ken is literally telling us we're living in a simulation that is really an illusion.
Yeah.
But that would go back to what I was saying earlier.
With a chance to win $50,000.
That's
with
what
the
I'm
chance
saying.
to win
We
And
signed
this
up.
beautiful camper.
$50,000.
We signed up to come here to learn to have this experience.
Yeah.
Why is it not? Why could it not be?
There's no reason why it couldn't be. And a million reasons why it could be. And
Yeah,
a million reasons why it isn't.
right.
Simultaneously. And that's the thing. We like to think we've got a hook on everything, and we absolutely haven't.
Right.
Don't and we never will. That's the thing. Time is short. It's temporary.
Yeah. All we can do is pass on the knowledge that we have amassed, and it's for them to work out later on whether it is correct or is there more to it. Unfortunately, we're manipulating truth now, so good luck with
Yeah.
us advancing much further.
Well, that's it. That's the trouble, is because people are reacting on lies,
Yeah.
whether it be through wars or voting people in or whatever it is. People are reacting to what they're being fed, and most of that food is lies,
Yeah.
which is a shame.
It is. Yeah. Ayer said there is reality, but the interface is what you see.
Yeah, he was saying that this Bell paradox, it's basically locality doesn't exist.
Wagyu says, I think whatever the universe is in is a soup of potentials that is constantly exploding universes. As what's the chances the laws of physics and biology in ours line up with the life possible? Bit how virtual particles and constantly spawning out of nothingness
Yeah.
is a perfect vacuum.
It's like that thing that Chappie said about, we have these 4 dimensions, and there could be possibly more dimensions, and the reason that we're not finding them is A, we don't know what we're looking for, B, we don't have the equipment to find it.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be right, in the room with you,
Yeah, and you would never know it.
but you don't know because you can't, and the human perception is unable to perceive it.
Mm-hmm.
The
It's
same
too-
way
it's too
dogs
mind-boggling.
can't see certain colours,
Right, right.
Yeah.
And if we could, it'll probably fracture our fucking minds. We would not be. It's like trying to feed a baby a fucking steak. It would never.
Yeah.
We couldn't digest it.
Yeah. And of course, we're just spending far too much time looking at tiny little unimportant things instead, like politics and.
Right. The
Shit like that.
distraction, the great distraction.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they like, though. They like the distractions to be there to.
Yeah. How many of them are laughing at us right now? Look at them fight each other.
Which is
We've already won the war. We've done it. Yes.
which is crazy in itself because these people that are laughing at us are laughing at themselves.
Yeah.
They are us.
Well, what they're
Yeah.
doing, they're not laughing at us. They're quite comfortably sitting down in their luxurious apartments, counting their money that they've made from just making everybody else look the other way.
How disconnected as a human being you have to be to sit with that much power and laugh at your own race, laugh at humanity
that you're playing the trick on.
because you're that greedy.
Yeah,
and
If
and-
that's
and-
your goal, you're
Right, but
happy
can't-
as a dog with 2 dicks, mate.
But it goes back to my thing of, remember I said on the other side we choose to come here and pick the avatars, and who's the person that sits there and goes, I'm gonna be this guy when I get there.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna fucking laugh at you all.
The Wookiee said, "You don't see. You construct an image from what you've seen before.
Yeah.
So how could we construct something we haven't seen before?" He's on to something. Like, we can only fathom the things that we've seen. Like, have you ever sat there and tried to imagine what a different planet would look like on the surface, a thriving civilization? You can't. You can't do it without adding your own grass,
bullshit. Yep.
your own trees,
Your own mountainous
your own
landscape.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the other thing I was trying to get through, but Scotty seems to be fucking fine with it. I don't know how my brain's going to hold up if I saw an extraterrestrial race land in the backyard. Like, I don't know how that's going to challenge my psyche.
Wagyu says, it's weird though, isn't it? Billionaires still obsessed with getting more and more. You would think they've seen enough, they've done enough,
Right.
they've done everything that there is to do, and now they're bored. So what's the ultimate game they can do with their money?
Fuck around with their own race.
Fuck us over. It makes sense to me, Wagyu, as if you have everything in the world, you're now bored. There's no more Super Bowls you can win. So you have to create games
Well, you can always accrue more money.
Yeah. Yeah.
and play more games with people's lives.
And it's funny, none of that, like I always say, we all think different. If we had the money, it'd be a different world. But none of these people, with all the boredom that they got going on, has ever stopped to think, what if I gave all this shit away and lived equally with my people?
Because they didn't get rich by thinking like that.
yeah,
Because
that's
they
true.
got rich by
Climbing over the
helping
next
the
man.
ones that don't want anyone to think like that.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's sad. It's
It's
sad.
very
that-
sad.
Well, you see it every day, you see millionaires that have, that get away with having to pay tax.
Mhm.
And you think, there's no sense in that. It's a very basic, if people's on, if you've got somebody on $300 a week, they have to pay tax. But if the guy's on, $3 billion a week, he doesn't have to pay tax. Just tells you everything you need to know about who's actually running everything, doesn't
Right.
it?
It's not fair. The scales are not
Yeah,
balanced.
Steve Elbow says they think they're helping. progress.
And it doesn't matter how many people scream
even
and
if
shout
they're
about
actually
why do
destructive.
billionaires not have to pay tax,
Mm-hmm.
and they go, yeah, and nothing ever gets done
Right.
because obviously if you have money, you have power.
And
End
I'm
of.
not. And I know this. Whoever's watching later, we're not generalizing. We know that there's philanthropists in the world. We know that not all billionaires are like this. But for the ones that hold the fucking dominoes,
The ones that matter.
the ones that
are
matter
like
are
this.
like this.
But the ones who do become billionaires just happen to have this benefit thrown at them.
Right.
You know, so the good guys, shall we say, start doing donations and stuff like that.
Start
you know.
combating.
But they tend to do it anonymously, or they don't go for, you know,
Glory.
yeah, or publicity. Like I've said about Ricky Gervais just coming down to that Betsy Dogg's home and dropping off a £3 million check,
Right.
Yeah, he's a legend.
and just go, there you go. And the only reason
Absolute
I know
legend.
is I know the guy who was in the room at the time when he came in
Mm-hmm.
at this fundraiser.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise,
He's done
there's nothing
so
about
much.
it anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Put
He's
his
done
money where his
so
mouth
much for-
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's done and you can actually see that in Ricky Gervais because when he does the Oscars,
Oh, I love it.
he's fucking brilliant because
they
he's
hate
just
him.
like, you
Yeah.
lot sit out there, come up, pick up your award and fuck off. You've
Yep.
got no right to tell anyone how to live their life.
Right.
Look at you, you're all fucking snorting cocaine, you're doing this, you're like go on yourself,
And
Ricky.
he hasn't been back since.
Yep, he hasn't been back since. And they could not even look at themselves. They would just laugh. Oh, he's so funny.
Ken, are you reading this?
It's hot in here. All right, Jesus Christ. It was worse earlier. I was like no shirt at all.
Go suave.
There wasn't a dry seat in the house.
Like a Colombian cocaine drug dealer.
Merrill, do not knock it. He's got his tits out for you.
Yeah, do you know what? For 62, I think I'm doing all right. Thank you.
You are doing.
You are doing very
good.
good. Now, sell me some of that cocaine you got in your back pocket.
I did say that to Ken earlier. I was like, if I was to go about my garden with my shirt open like that, my neighbours would run a mile.
It's like,
They'd be,
Fiona
they'd
says
be
to me, she
calling
goes-
Greenpeace.
Fiona says to me, she goes, you're so thin. You eat all the time, and you eat shit most of the time, and yet you're so thin. I said,
Yep.
Yeah. Well, when I had a health check, the doctor said to me, he goes, you have the metabolism of a, what was it? Oh, you have the metabolism of a small star.
Yeah, he just
It
constantly
just
consume.
burns. You go, psst.
Yep, burns.
Go on.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, here's another one.
Well,
Fiona.
I'm going to read this out to you before you start. Merrill says they're like AAA small tits.
Negative tits. Kid got negative tits.
Hey, I didn't know we were going to be in competition, darling.
Oh, hi-oh.
Hi-oh!
You had a head start. Come on.
By miles.
Right, meeting Fiona. How does an agoraphobic meet a lady? Well, and this is how mad this is. Do you remember, what was the name of that dating site? It just come about.
Plenty of fish.
Thank you. Plenty of fish. Now, you know when people go looking for people, and you look for age or whatever, or looking for similarities in some way, I went by location, preferably somebody nearby. And the nearest person to me
Stalkers.
was, yeah, was
Uncle Chrome, chloroform.com.
This is it. The nearest one to me was Fiona. So I sent her a little email, said hi, I said my name and everything like that, and said I literally live down the road from you a bit, and we seemed to get on all right. And she said, "Oh, I think we should meet." I went, "Oh, okay." So I go, "But you'll have to come to my house." So meeting someone, they've got to come to your house. It's sort of like it's got murdered in the basement written all over it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, chloroform written all over. Go on.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, it's just like, really? And anyway, and she goes, "Oh, well, it'd be better if we could meet outside. I said, well, you meet outside my house, sort of thing. And I said, I'll tell you what. I said, I'll meet you down at the shops here, which literally you could throw a billiard ball and hit it from here. And she went, oh, okay, we'll do that. So I met her, and we had a little chat, and she seemed comfortable, and she goes, oh, okay, we can come back. I said, we can come back and meet the dogs, and my mum and that. So she came in, met my mum and the dogs, and she stayed a couple of hours, and that was it.
Mm.
And you think how, and you know, here we are together, Christ knows what, 15 years later.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's ace, though.
That
Yeah.
is.
That's
I didn't-
ace.
And but you know, you hear about when people are trying to, you know, when a guy's trying to find a woman, or but vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
The shit that goes wrong, and you know, the stuff that goes on, or you find somebody that you don't really get on with that well, or whatever. But mate, you know, it's just like, oh, she's near, click.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wasn't looking to try to find something to change you. She accepted the person
Yeah, very much so.
at face
Yeah,
value.
much so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was
Chloroform
nothing
and
I
all.
wanted to change about her either. So,
Yep. Maybe she wanted to be chloroform. You ever think about that, Kent?
well, we did try it out eventually,
Oh,
but
of
yeah.
course you did.
just to, you know, just for a variety. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things where it just worked. Ridiculous. And I'm always like taking the piss out of her and stuff like that.
Dal said, I dated a woman one floor down from me at work. Bad idea, guys. Bad idea.
But yeah, no, it's got quite. I mean, I got really friendly with a woman online once through Facebook who lived in where was it? She was just south of Chicago, and we got on really, really well and everything like that. And then suddenly she says, "Oh, I can't talk to you anymore now because my husband's come back from overseas."
Oh, well, shit, there you go.
Oh, well, that's the first time you mentioned that.
Yeah. Shit, Wookie said Mrs. Wookie ran him over on her push bike. That's how they
Damn.
met. Yeah. He got ran over by his wife. I kind of think now, thinking about that, Wookie, you might want to think about that. Did she purposely do that shit? You know, women can be finicky.
What pussies?
I've deleted him. It's just some twat jumping it, and again, I've removed the posts and deleted them. And
Oh,
He wants
okay.
us to come and fight him now. I'm not quite sure what he thinks he's fucking taking on there.
yeah,
He might regret that, mate. Fucking hell. Us lot, Jesus Christ. Yeah, bots with nothing better to do. Yeah, imagine it. Bored AI. What could happen then?
Oh my God! If AI went rogue and just started being like, they come in and just be fucking. What do they call them when you come in someone's chat? Isn't there a name for them?
Bots or you talking about
They had a name for them. I just forgot.
griefers,
Griefers or
or
something like that.
yeah.
Well, that's new. I've not done that.
Trolls.
Trolls.
Oh, troll
trolls.
GPT.
That's
Yeah,
the word.
Troll.
yeah. Because I mean, there's going to be some point where AI reaches a kind
Troll GPT.
yeah. When AI reaches some kind of recognizable sentience.
Dal said, I hit harder than Chinese arithmetic. Boy, bring it.
Oh, mate. You want to try speaking it? My God.
Oh, shit.
Where the pitch and tone is important. Because, you can say a word in any particular pitch and it's, in English and stuff like that, and it just means the same thing. Whereas in Chinese, it can mean something different by changing the pitch or sliding it, portmanteauing up to the next vowel and that kind of thing. It's like mad Chinese. It's a hard
Hey,
language.
I'm curious. In the UK, when that whole when we had that whole drone thing going on the East Coast, and people were saying it's not drones, it's UFOs. Did you guys have anything on your news? Because I'm telling you, it was in our news every day. Did you guys have anything in the news as far as that?
Don't remember anything about that.
Okay, so it was just an isolated
Hyped horse shit. Quite possibly.
Azio got us playing in the background. It's probably not a good thing sometimes, Azio, especially when we
Yeah.
have Spongellis on here.
Well, I'm glad Azio is here. Saturday, we're going to present Azio's piece. I also have a piece for that Andy Fireblade's Musa spaceship score. So I'll have mine's done by Saturday. So we can have Kent at least look at Azio heads and
I'll
myself.
do one Saturday.
Well, okay.
Just got to record it.
Add you in with me.
Just record it.
Okay, so we'll submit 3 pieces there, and then we will get the monkeys in the classroom back with Kent Spong scoring, and try to be a little bit more consistent with that. But we've been picking up work here crazy, and things have been hectic.
Oh,
So
yeah, I understand. The thing is, though, I think it might be a good idea that you get Scott involved in this as well, because after hearing his tracks, I find that he writes very similar to me.
yeah.
And he
Scott
has that,
Scott just needs the time right now.
he has
so
that eye.
We could put it off on when Scott's ready.
What's this? The scoring?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just on this guy's YouTube and I'm just reporting him so that
Oh, there
he
you
gets
go.
yeah.
Yeah.
Was it just another dick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andy Fireblade's Musa submitted the video, the 2-minute video, that Ken is going to ultimately just rip apart and shove it down our pie holes. But
I'm doing what?
Yep.
probably.
Exactly.
I don't know. I'm just guessing, Ken.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the fuck you're going to do. But yeah,
makes
we'll,
two
we'll,
of us.
we'll do it Saturday so everybody can listen to it and see how we approach the score to something small for 2 minutes. And we'll let Kent look at it so he can help us make better decisions and come at it in a different way. It's all about learning, so constructive criticism is always needed in growth. So we'll do that Saturday. We'll just not call it Chatting with the Dixon, but Kent Spong attempts to be Jane Goodall in a ghetto environment. That sounds like a great thumbnail, doesn't it?
That's only going to result in blood on the floor.
Before we leave, we're going to leave with something that I find fucking very hilarious. And Marilyn's logging into StreamYard now. She will get it in so we can all have a fucking laugh when we get out of here tonight. It's something my brother was looking at earlier. Don't spill the beans. But let's give her a second to get that up and get it into StreamYard.
Oh, is it the Menti?
Yeah. Fucking hilarious.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And I got it.
Well, I seen that.
I got it from a buddy. I got it from a buddy who knows nothing of this person, and he lives in Cornwall. His name is Dale, and Dale, if you're watching from Cornwall, you're an idiot, and you have no idea the synchronicities that you unfolded.
Yeah. So here it comes, and I like to say before she plays this, thank you all for showing up tomorrow. I think we're just going to do a jam. It's going to be later in the night, probably around 5 o'clock our time. So, oh no, wait, tomorrow's popcorn night.
Popcorn.
Yeah. So stick around, hang out for popcorn night. We're not going to go on earlier before that, before we have other things we need to attend to. So I think she's going to be on time for popcorn night at 5 o'clock. So watch out for that. And yeah, thank you guys for being here for the conversation. We're taking the channel in a new direction, and it seems to favor us pretty good. This is what we always really wanted to do, is sit and talk about thought-provoking ideas and have laugh. And talk about some bullshit politics that kind of went pretty goddamn good. Mm-hmm. So thank you. And Marilyn, go ahead and roll tape, would you?
The reason such as myself, can't park in a normal bay is that I have to have my door fully extended.
Yes.
I can't put one leg out and then twist and get the other leg out. I have to turn my whole body and get the two legs out at the same time. Otherwise, I'd split my spine.
Pat, let me bring Barry from Watford in. Barry, when you hear a story like Pat, who could end up splitting her spine, it's a good argument, isn't it, for the blue badge?
Well, it is, but, you know, I mean, I know people have medical problems, but where we live, there's an independent supermarket with a parking bay for blue holders.
Blue badge holders?
Blue badge. But my wife, they do a certain biscuit there. You can't get it anywhere else. It's like a Viscount biscuit with a minty interior that my wife likes.
No brand names, please.
Oh, sorry. It's a minty biscuit.
Yeah.
A minty biscuit, and it's got two halves, chocolate on the top and
we've got
on the bottom.
We've got the biscuit, Barry.
It's wrapped in silver foil.
Okay, we've got the biscuit.
Right.
Yeah.
So she's very fond of them.
Yes.
And it's got a sort of soft centre in the middle.
It's a minty biscuit. Yeah, we got that.
A minty biscuit.
Yeah, minty biscuit.
And it's the only place you can get this minty biscuit.
Yeah.
So sometimes, in order to get it, it's got quite crunchy. It's a crunchy.
It's a crunchy minty biscuit. We've got the biscuit, Barry.
It's a crunchy minty biscuit. Chocolate.
We've got the biscuit, Barry. So tell us the story.
Sorry. Well, this biscuit, the crunchy minty biscuit that she likes, you can only get from this particular shop.
What's that got to do with blue badges, Barry?
Well, she likes this biscuit, and sometimes I can't get there unless I park and use the blue badge to go and get it.
Do you have a blue badge?
Yes.
Are you entitled to a blue badge?
She is. But I use it to get the biscuit. It's a very nice biscuit,
Okay.
you know. It's baked and it's a chocolate affair.
Okay, Barry, let me bring Pat back in. Barry is using his wife's blue badge to get what sounds like, let's be honest, a very delicious minty chocolate biscuit.
It is delicious.
Okay.
It is delicious.
If that's the only place he can get the biscuit, Pat, then what's so bad about that?
Well, I haven't disagreed with it, have I? I mean, I can understand his predicament.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
very nice.
He
It's a lovely one.
can use. Can I just finish? He can use his wife's badge.
Yes.
If he's shopping for his wife, but he couldn't use it for himself.
Exactly. I've eaten the biscuit. Don't get me wrong. I've had it. I've had one before, and they're jolly nice. But my wife, they're mostly for my wife, and the neighbour comes round. He's quite keen. He doesn't quite the orange ones, but he likes the minty ones. And I've gone round and got that, 4 of them.
So Pat, you're saying that in this instance, it's fine to use a blue badge?
Yes, because because he's shopping for his wife. But you do find there are people who use the blue badge, the badge of the owner, for their own shopping, and that's wrong.
Pat, thank you very much. Barry, it's a powerful point you've made. No doubt we'll get lots of calls on that.
Okay, well, the orange one isn't so nice, as I say. It's the minty one, really.
We're going to... it's travel now, so thanks very much, Barry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
03453 009956.
It's a minty biscuit. Yeah,
I just thought of Biscuit Moon. I just thought of Vicky the whole time.
God,
with his
I thought
cheeseburger.
of half God, half beast too.
Oh my God, that shit's so funny.
And I like those minty biscuits. I do.
Well, a bit of chocolate on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's got chocolate. Yeah. And did I tell you it was minty? It is a minty chocolate biscuit. Yeah.
It's all of it.
It's kind of a crunchy.
Yeah.
With a bit of a
Oh yeah,
creamy
yeah.
middle.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't dip it in my tea because the chocolate comes off too quickly, you know. But but it's very minty. Did I tell you it was minty?
So blue badge means for out here is a handicap placard, I'm going to assume, right?
Yeah.
So all this was to use a handicap placard. He's using his wife's cravings so he can use the handicap placard to go get her biscuits.
And for the complete neighborhood, apparently, too.
Yeah.
I thought I knew which biscuit he was talking about. Then he said the orange ones. I go, oh, I don't do orange ones. The ones I'm thinking of.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
You people. That's probably some racist shit, too. You people.
You people.
I see this chicken guy is still trying to get into our chat, huh?
Yeah. She like mint. Yeah, I was thinking Viscounts. Yeah, but
It was
did they
Viscount.
do
It was.
orange?
It was Viscount. Yeah, orange ones as well.
They do orange ones.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to get me blue badge and go and get some orange ones and try them out.
Is it just me, but is this how we get doomed to fucking speakers? Talk about biscuits.
Disco biscuits.
Yeah, Merrill. Funny, you've made it when you not only have one troll, but two. Unfortunately, I think it was the same guy, but
Yeah,
how
it's the same
sad is
person.
that
Yeah.
that he signs into a different account so he can come in and do it again?
It's like
Get
a bit of
a
an
life.
idiot. How do you have a fight online?
Oh my
Well,
god.
Ken
Too
can
far
top.
away.
Hey,
My
Ken,
reach is that.
Ken can top that, can't you? Someone getting his dick out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go and get me lime green onesie thing,
Yeah.
mankini.
Oh
Yeah,
god, that was so
Mancini.
funny. I think Doom told us about that, and I had to
Yeah.
go back and watch it.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
I don't know why I kept going back to watch that shit. I was like, why'd you do this to me, manga? Why? Is it because you knew I would go back and watch it?
You
Because
liked
you
it.
like minty biscuits, don't you? You like
yeah,
minty
I like the
biscuits.
minty biscuit.
Kent was like that. Why are you showing me your cat's penis?
One troll and a sock puppet.
Oh dear.
Oh, dear.
My.
Oh dearie me.
Oh my.
Oh,
Oh
my.
my. Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh,
All right.
good
Well,
grief.
thank you everyone for showing up. Tomorrow night is popcorn night. And, ooh, what's that? I like that. Scotty's going to give us some goodbye music.
Oh, I tell you what.
Oh, I made a guitar today.
Oh.
Did you on which one?
On the TL5.
Yeah. Recognize this?
Are you ready for this? It's not bad for a synth.
Holy scheisse.
Oh,
And then Spongelis.
Spongelis is playing along with it.
And then
Oh,
he
yes.
says, take this, young patois.
Right,
Yeah.
put some strings to this, Kent. Three,
All right.
two, right, I'll start, then you can join in.
Okay.
Yeah, I was quite
Yeah, I like that.
quite impressed with this little synth, It's a good little thing.
I
Yeah,
was
you might
drifting
recognize
off.
this thing.
Oh, that's mine from
Yes.
I'm thinking, where the fuck have I heard that before?
Oh my God, Scotty.
Fuck.
That took too long.
Oh my God,
Fuck,
Scotty.
Scott's like, whoa, that's
I'm like,
familiar.
whoa, what's that
Whoa,
from again?
Kent,
I
you sound
remember that.
amazing.
I didn't know I was
Yeah, wow.
capable of that.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Wow, Kent, you're awesome.
No,
Damn, Scott.
No. No.
Yeah, twat.
Yeah, really.
The fuck, Scott?
Jeez, Kent, you sound great.
Shit.
Yeah, I felt like a right twat there.
Yeah. A proper.
Proper twat.
Proper. Okay, everybody. Thanks for showing up. I got dinner almost done, and we've been here for 4 fucking hours, and
I'll rephrase that. You ain't got dinner almost done. Merrill has.
Well, you know, I'm about to eat that shit, so it's almost done. Scotty, you know what I'm saying?
That's his contribution.
You know what I'm saying?
That is 100% his contribution.
I play my part. I eat that shit.
And it's almost done. Yeah. Yeah, what he said. Now, could you mail me some Iron Brew, please?
You know, me and Shona were sat out in the back garden the other day, or the backyard as you guys would call it, and I says, I'm going to have a look and see if there's anywhere in the US that nothing. I could buy it on Amazon in the US, but for a pack of 12 cans, it was something like $69.
Damn.
We can buy a 12 pack of cans here for like £5 or something like that.
Oh yeah,
So
look at all that.
leave it with me. We'll get something over to you. It may only be a 4-pack, but as long as you've got a can each.
Right.
Yeah.
But if I send them, you've got to try them live on air.
Oh, we'll do it.
Oh, fuck
we'll
yeah.
do it.
It won't be like Marmite. It'll be
Okay,
like
because I
heaven.
can't do that shit. Yeah, I might as well stick my finger in my own ass and just lick it on camera and say,
Wait a minute. We
Marmite.
Oh my God.
It's a tasty treat.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got a point.
Ain't nobody trying to do that shit. Literally.
Yeah, there you go. Jack says a 12-pack of. But I like sorry, that's my barrel that's coming in. A 12-pack of High Life is $13. That's pretty good.
I'll get you
Yeah,
some Pabst
I'm
Blue
with
Blue
you,
Ribbon.
Air. I'm with you, Air. Marmite is evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Merrill's now. Well, that's a bit of a confession. Marmite tastes better than your ass.
Damn.
Oh, well.
I mean, well, she would know. So I can't. I have no ground to fight there.
I guess for me that just means I'll get my camera.
This is where I tell the troops, hold. She's coming around again, Captain. Hold, wait for it.
Keep it together.
Keep it together.
Ah, fuck.
Oh my God.
Who was that who delivered the pre-cum? Who was it?
Has she tried the Marmite on little pastry tarts yet?
No.
Can't.
Just French
gotta try
fries.
that.
You've eaten enough shit in your lifetime.
Oh God, yes.
You had enough shit pie in your lifetime, kid. You don't need any more.
You're the only guy I literally know who's eaten a lot of shit in his life and taking it.
And taking it.
Literally, figuratively, everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Well, look, I better get before she starts to come in the chat. Your dinner is old fucking lady. Your dinner's ready. Go fucking eat. I like babe.
Is it minty biscuit though? You know,
Is it a biscuit?
did I mention it was minty?
And
It was meant to.
chocolatey and crispy and crunchy and a little bit creamy. And
Oh yeah, very crunchy. Yeah. But also minty. Did I say it was minty?
Did I say it
I'm
was
sure it was minty.
She keeps embarrassing me in front of my friends. Dinner's ready. I'm like, could you put that shit in text, not in chat? Like, why do you have to let chat know my
Chat
dinner's
knows
ready?
everything else about you. Why not?
That's true.
Been doing this shit for.
I like how
goddamn a
everyone
year.
in chat goes, "Oh, you better go. Your dinner's ready."
Yeah, oh, dude, you gotta leave, dude.
Yeah, you're fucked up, man.
Yeah, Marmite and fries sounds like the most British thing. No, it doesn't, because it would be Marmite and chips.
yeah, it would be.
It'd have to be chips, lad. Aye.
Shit and taters. That's what
Shit
it
and
is.
taters.
Shit and taters.
I love me some good shit and taters. Hey man, you ever want some shit in your taters?
We'll get a bottle of Marmite today.
It's a hell of a job getting them in, but they come out easy enough.
Shit and taters is better than boogers and salad.
Better than boogers in a salad.
I would agree with that, Scotty.
Hell yes.
yeah.
America, you can get shit in your
America.
taters.
Right.
All right,
Kent, play
Right.
us out. Play us out.
play us
Kent.
out, Kent.
Oh, what do you want?
Anything your brain develops.
I must admit, I keep playing this bloody
Just not just
thingy,
not
though.
Play the white
dementia.
keys with your anus, Kent.
There you go.
this at the moment. This is my favourite.
Okay, Jan.
I think it was C.
Come down a fuzz, Scotty.
C major.
Do you know it, Scott?
No,
I'm trying to remember which spaghetti western it's from.
it's very good.
So another one of the Morricone ones.
Looking like Kent Presley.
Kent Presley.
Yeah, baby.
Oh.
No, just play something that you know as well.
Ah, you're all right. I would have just played along with you. I don't mind.
Really?
I'll tell you what, I'll just play 4 chords. And you just bang a lead over the top. Yeah? You got your guitar sound there handy?
Yeah. Some fair ones.
All right. Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Night.
Good night, all.
Bye.
Oh, fucking booty
Night,
on
Mary
me.
Sue.
Night, Mary Ellen. Night, John Boy.
Night, Ned.
Ned.
Good night, serial killer.
Good night, my 4-eyed baby girl.
Night, John Bob.
Good night, Air, my Australian friend.
Good night, all you naggers. Constantly nagging.
Good night, all you taters out there.
Good night, all
Night,
you taters.
Apollo.
Apollo, who's late to the party, but never
Good night,
on time, but
Waggle.
always on time.
Night, Rourke.
Not Rourke. Good night, Wags. Not Jack.
Night, Chrome.
Not Andy. Not Culture of Ghost. Diosophy. Not Moser. And not that Azio there, that head.
Yes, you can trust my monkeys.
Not Chrome Dome, Doommonger. Not Scotty. Not Kent Buttfoot.
Only the once. Just the once. But will they let me forget it? No.
No. Not Wookie.
Was it? You see that church over there? I built that. Do they call me a church builder?
No.
See that house down there? I built that house. Do they call me a house builder?
No.
I fuck one sheep.
One. Now you're an instant sheep fucker. Instant.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Catch you later, guys.
Peace. Go ahead and go over to Viral Beats. He's live. He looks like he's next to a lake or something. So go over there and fuck up his tranquility.
Bye, y'all.
All right, peace out.
Cheers.
Yep.
See ya.
Bye.